find a shadow in the dark. I wear my mask, but deep inside there's a secret I won't ask. I hide behind the mask of man, but underneath it's the wolf I am. You can't see the claws, can't see the teeth, but when the howl comes, you'll feel the grief. I'm just a wolf in disguise. I wear my mask, you don't realize. The full moon calls me, it's in my blood. I'll feast on your fears, I'll drown in your flood. I'm a wolf in disguise. You can't see the hunger in my eyes. I roam the night silent inside, but when the moon rises, I'll out to the sky. I'm a wolf in disguise. Watch me feast on your sweet lies. You can run, but you can't hide when the wolf inside is on the rise. Scent of fear fills the air. I'm closing in, you won't even dare. I blend in with the crowd, so sly, but when the full moon's near, I can't deny. I wear my skin, but it's not me. It's just a trap for you to see. But once the darkness takes its toll, the wolf within will take control. I'm just a wolf in disguise. I wear my mask, you don't realize. The full moon calls me, it's in my blood. I'll feast on your fears, I'll drown in your flood. I'm a wolf in disguise. You can't see the hunger in my eyes. I roam the night silent inside, but when the moon rises, I'll howl to the sky. I'm a wolf in disguise. Watch me feast on your sweet lies. You can run, but you can't hide when the wolf inside is on the right. In the shadows I wait for the call. I'm a wolf and tonight I'll stand tall. Your screams will echo through the night as I shed my skin and take flight. I'm a wolf in disguise. You can't see the hunger in my eyes.
And we're live. Hi Stratus, hi Wyatt, hi Moose, hi Jack, hi Mike, hi Tat, hi Daw, hi Red Cloud, Red Cloud. Why do I fuck up your name all the time? Hi Suzu, how you guys doing? Everyone having a good day today? Everyone balling, everyone chilling? I don't know why I said balling. I apologize. Are you planning to talk to them or you're just ignoring them?
Sorry, I was eating dessert.
LOL. No, it's not
You're
LOL.
you can eat your food, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll eat my dessert after them.
No, eat it.
Hey Pink, how you been, man? Been great playing Sonic Cross Worlds? Nice. Hey Ivan IT,
How are you guys doing?
welcome back. Let's be smart today.
Let it go, bro. Hi, Sarah. How are you doing?
Hey Sarah, how you doing? Suzu says, I may as well been asleep for a day and a half total at this point. Oh man.
That's a lot of sleep.
Yeah, that's a lot of sleep. How's your body? Holy crap, must be stiff.
Yeah. Hi, Araya. How are you doing?
How you been, Arayo?
And today, since it's Wednesday, it's lore and art stream. Same as last Wednesday. It's a regular thing now by popular demand. Everyone wants to have like in the middle of the week, like a chill day. So that's Wednesdays now.
Yeah. Wednesday's the super chill day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Wyatt. Drink caffeinated drinks.
Share with the class. I would love some caffeinated drinks right now. Tired.
Oh no.
Hi Dragoon, how you doing?
Hey Dragon, how you doing? I looks like missed a lot of content here. Yeah. How
What
was
a
your
bit.
vacation?
Hi,
Hey, gaming with power.
hi gaming, how you doing?
How you been, man? It's been a minute. I picked up fencing at college. Nice.
Nice. But today is gonna be werewolves and vampires. Then next week is Warhammer, and then the Halloween week is gonna be like really creepy stuff.
Yeah. Hey,
Mhm.
OVU, how you been?
How you doing, OQ? How you doing, Mechanical Mac?
Hey, Mac, how you doing? I don't know. Friday seem more chill. No, Wednesday's chill day here.
Friday, everyone and their mama are gonna make it chill. Okay, we're
Yep.
providing the chill in the middle of the week. Okay,
What?
you reading or what?
I was just about to. My allergies are killing me. Thank you
Mm.
for the lurk, Jack. Hey, Ben, what's up? You're turning pals into your cinnamon roll obsession? We gotta collect them all.
I don't think we'll have
Hey,
space.
Hey, Starwin.
Hi,
How you
Starwin.
doing?
How you doing?
We do have space. What do you mean?
For all of them?
Yes. Just made some homemade salsa, 16 jars worth. Ooh, you gonna share?
Oh, send some to us.
Yeah. Felt good being away from work for a while, and also I picked up a stick. Nice.
What kind of a stick?
Zen's mouth tracking is off. Is it?
That's your microphone.
My mic?
Zen's model has the same rigging as mine. He just look. Zen is not really used to like puppeting a VTuber model, but he has identical rigging, facial rigging than mine. Zen, actually no. Zen's model has way more expressive facial rigging than mine. Even like just the mouth on its own has a lot more shapes than my mouth has. So yeah. I put in a lot of time, but like if you cover it with a microphone, it's not really gonna move. Oh, now Moose responds. Huh? How you doing, Moose?
My face hurts now.
Okay.
It just kept stopping, starting and stopping.
Yeah, it's because he's covering his mouth.
Yeah,
Hi,
my bad.
Lord Peace. Hi, Bully. Hi, Gazer. How you doing?
Gasner, how you doing? Gas her? Hey, Abney, Gas, how you doing?
Yeah.
Any of y'all looking forward to Halloween? Yeah.
I like Halloween a lot.
Hey, Kyle, how you doing?
Hi, Kyle. How you doing? We're talking about vampires, so vampires and wolves,
Yeah.
werewolves.
Hey, Billy.
So
Yep.
as soon as I finish my dinner, we'll get into it. I picked out 4 videos. So the videos we're gonna watch today is Ancient Shadows of Eastern Europe, Vampires, Witches, and Cursed Spirits. Then we're gonna watch Vampires, Origins and Real History. Then the true origin and history of werewolves. And then why vampires and werewolves hate each other. So yeah, that's what we will be doing today. Should be interesting.
Honey, every time I open my mouth, you just start talking. I'm trying not to cut you out. I swear.
No issue. You gotta be faster.
A vampire werewolf hybrid. Yes, all of them. Hey, John.
Hi, John.
What about werewolves with massive booba? Wouldn't that be scary?
You have Buff Puff for it.
Suzu's a gooner, man.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure Suzu watches Buff Puff.
He watches all the Fox VTubers and wolves.
She's not a fox, she's a werewolf.
Said wolves, didn't I? I said wolves at the end, honey. Foxes and wolves.
Mm-hmm.
The Van Helsing movie had the best werewolves in my opinion. Okay.
Yeah.
Zen being a good hubby and letting his queen speak without being interrupted. You damn right.
She's right.
For some reason today, I was just looking at Amazon for a hotspot just because I was bored. Said Sarah.
Hotspot. What?
Hotspot.
Why? But why though?
Ah.
But why?
Also, Mike is trying not to fall asleep after soaking in the hot tub.
Oh yeah, he finally assembled it.
It's good for your skin.
It's good for your muscles and bones too.
I don't know about bones. I think that's a urban myth.
No, it's not. It absolutely is not an urban myth.
Fake story. True, the Van Helsing movie, werewolves had a pretty dope design and transformation. Same with Dracula there. Gaz says, fun fact about vampires in D&D. One of the ways to become a true vampire in D&D lore is to get kissed by a succubus and get your soul sucked. And if you don't die, you become a true vampire, as in a full-fledged one, full power first gen kind.
So sucked. Yeah, sure.
Hence, vampirism is in D&D is, in my understanding, Mystical's STD. Make your bard use protection always.
Like I said, so sucked. Of course. Yeah.
And of course is the bard.
Of course. Bards are like the sluts of D&D. Hi Kirian, how are you doing?
Hey Kieran, how you doing? Can I just make an anti-bard? Like negative charisma, but strong with anything else?
Pretty sure that's dwarfs.
Huh. Still trying to figure out vampires for one of my settings.
Okay.
There's vampires and then there's cannibals. Bruh.
I'm trying to be fast, so you have to like
That's just a fight. That's just a fighter. Shut up, Kirian. No, it's not. PS2, PS3, it was interesting, not utter trash. Dog Soldier is a pretty decent werewolf movie. Really? I'll have Leafu check it out. Teen Wolf with Michael J. Fox. Ugh. It was like what? It was like two shows, right? The werewolves and then Vampire Diaries as well. Well, the wolf one, I forgot what it was called. I think it was Teen Wolf.
wasn't there also like Blue Bloods or something? Oh,
That's after. That's the I think it's the prequel to Vampire Diaries.
prequels, okay.
Yeah. Hey Hoshino, how you doing? Best class ever? Fighters? No, barbarian.
Hi
Second
Kuro,
to
how you
berserker.
doing?
Hey Kuro, how you doing?
I'm Ashura, how you doing?
Hey Masuda. And then there's moldy sandwiches. Suzu, is your fridge just full of mold because you always sleep? Gotta ask. The only underworld film I watched properly watched was the prequel. with the Lycan origin story. That one was pretty good. Very campy. Got back home for picking brother up. Nice. Hey, Metal, how you been, man? American Werewolf in London is a classic. Never heard of it. Also trying Blue Protocol. Oh, oh no, you're eating. I'll ask after. Hey, Roland, how you doing? Goro, the animation. Goro vanishing line. Howdy, Wyatt. Actually, no, because nothing even in there. Bro, fill it up. At least get some juice. Jim Carrey as George Jetson? Oh no. Wait, huh? What are you talking about? What's wrong with Jim Carrey? Curry. Carrey. Oh my gosh, he's gonna be in the Jetsons live action movie? Actually, I could see it. He he he's very talented. Very, very talented.
I'm done eating.
Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum.
All right, now that
Yum yum yum
the
yum.
Lifu is fed, we can get into art. What are you doing? Ah, almost choked on the food, got stuck in my throat. I
Oh.
I ate so fast. Then was a little bit drowning having to read chat.
No, I wasn't.
All right, let me switch the scenes.
Okay, while you switch, Gaz says, fun fact about werewolves in Brazil, for some reason they transform into giant wild hogs here. I still don't understand why the legend evolved like that here, but basically we have wereboars instead of werewolves. Has some more bizarre
Werewolf? Wait,
legends.
what?
Wereboars.
Fuck is a wereboar?
Wild hogs that
Hmm.
people transform into wild hogs, but you know.
Okay.
Have some more bizarre legends here that makes no sense too. Like Dommy Mommy witches that turn into alligator scalies, but female fire elemental centaurs and such, but those ain't that important. Brazil kind of going
Yeah,
crazy.
Brazil needs to kind of chill. Like, actually, Brazil gotta chill.
Were pig. What was it? Man, bear, pig.
Yeah, close enough.
Art, 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 art. Yeah, Sarah's excited. Um, Wolfman remake was really good too. I enjoyed that one. Vampire versus Wendigo. Yeah.
No, no, I was clearing my throat.
Oh.
Yeah.
They're technically not technically werewolves. Their armor just has wolf-styled helmet. Wereboars are a cool concept. They used to be a big thing in Elder Scrolls. Did not know that. I bet pork tastes better over there then. That sounds like cannibalism.
Okay, I'm thinking more of if I should make Zen have the ears, since he's gonna have a fur coat on as well, like so Zen is gonna be like the werewolf, right? And if I should, in that case, remove my ears, since I'm gonna be like the vampire equivalent of it. So I'm gonna be without ears, and Zen is gonna be the one with the ears.
Okay.
That should be interesting, right?
Yeah.
The chat history die? No, 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 no. The chat history is not gonna be. Hold on. I switched it yesterday.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Okay. Opinions about Blue Protocol, honey.
It's boring. It's too easy.
Damn.
Yeah. I'm gonna lie, Zen looks good with those ears. Yeah.
Ears.
So in that case, yeah, I'm gonna remove my ear. So I'm not gonna have ears in that case. But yeah, so we have videos on the lore. Ancient Shadow of Eastern Europe, Vampires, Witches, and Cursed Spirits. Then Vampires' Origin and Real History. Then the True Origin and History of Werewolves. Then Vampires versus Werewolves.
Okay.
That should be interesting to learn, right?
Yeah. Oh, also, Gas says you could use the main wolf
Mm.
color scheme for yours. Kind of fits. Check it out. Although main wolf isn't a
Have you ever felt the
shit.
bone-piercing wind?
I forgot to calibrate the
shit.
yeah.
Although the main wolf isn't a wolf nor fox, he's his own thing. Okay.
1 second. I have to calibrate my graphic tablet.
Okay. Hey, Mice, how you doing? I get easy. I guess it's gonna be impossible endgame. No, I don't think so. It's gonna be more like you gotta swipe your credit card a couple times.
And I'm not gonna be changing the color schemes of our models.
Yeah, we're gonna keep it the same.
Plus, I'm not the werewolf. Zen is the werewolf. I'm the vampire in this sketch.
Every time you say werewolf or wolf, I just think of Wolverine meme.
Why?
Oh,
Oh no, fair. No, that's fair. Okay. All right. I calibrated the monitor.
Nice.
Yeah, I should be fine now. All right. Did I share with you?
Nope.
Oh, that's my bad. Here. Are you guys ready to learn some vampire and wolf stuff? Are you guys ready for it?
Oh crap! It's an hour. Oh, let's go. That's lore, baby.
Get your pencils and your glasses out, and actually.
Wind of the
Hey, Nino.
Carpathian
Hi, Nino.
Mountains, heard the wolves howling through the endless
Is your short
forests of
queen just like
Transylvania.
Wolverine?
These sounds echo across centuries, carrying with them whispers
fix
of
myself
ancient
then.
curses, creatures
No
that dwell
ears.
between the world of the living and the dead, and pagan rituals that survive the coming of Christianity. Welcome to lands where folklore is not mere superstition, but ancestral memory carved into the blood of peoples. I am Mr. Ravenhurst, and tonight we shall plunge into the frozen mists of Eastern Europe, where every village harbors terrible secrets, every forest shelters hungry demons, and every cemetery resonates with the laments of tormented souls. Prepare yourselves.
Yes,
For
there'll be
this
a
night,
test after
we
this.
shall cross the boundaries of the known to explore 12 Gothic legends that have haunted generations. From the ancestral vampires of Wallachia to the witches of the Balkan Mountains, from the shapeshifters of Poland to
I'm
the
gonna try
vengeful
making
spirits of Russia.
undertone this time.
These are not stories
So it's
crafted to
easier.
entertain children by the fireside. They are collective nightmares that echo truths about human nature and the horrors that can
Oh, wait.
awaken when we transgress the
What?
Billy,
boundaries.
how was your birthday?
Isn't Billy's birthday like in a week?
I thought it was today. Right?
Okay, now I'm confused.
Billy, why didn't speak?
When
Speak,
is your
child.
birthday? Is this too green of an undertone? Oh, I need to make the boobs bigger.
It was the 11th. It was Saturday.
Oh, we already wished him happy birthday on stream.
Oh wait, no, you're right.
Uh-huh.
Of the sacred. If you, like me, feel fascination for the darkness that dwells in the forgotten corners of Europe, subscribe to
dinner.
our channel
I mean,
and activate
sir.
notifications. Leave in the comments which of these legends disturbed you most. And now, let our journey through the shadows of Eastern Europe begin. Strigoi, the dead who will not rest. Romania, Moldova. Listen carefully, for I shall tell you of a creature that predates Stoker's own Dracula. In the shadowlands of Wallachia and Moldova, where the winds carry the scent of freshly turned earth and melted wax candles, they speak in whispers of the Strigoi. They are not vampires as we know them from books. They are something far more terrible. Imagine a tormented soul that refuses to accept death, returning to plague the
What if I
living
don't
with an
wanna imagine
insatiable
it?
thirst, not merely for blood, but for life itself, energy, youth, the very essence of existence. The Strigoi can be recognized by its grotesque appearance: hair red as fire, eyes that glow in darkness like embers, and a cadaverous pallor that makes the skin appear translucent. Unlike romanticized vampires, the Strigoi is an abomination that crawls through darkness, leaving a trail of death and madness. How is a Strigoi born? Through violent death, suicide,
Oh.
or when a person dies
Oh.
with unfinished business,
Did not know
hatred
that.
in their heart. More terrible still, a child born with teeth or with a membrane over their face is destined to become a Strigoi after death. Legend tells of Radu the blacksmith, who died in 1847 after being betrayed by his wife. 3 nights after burial, villagers of Brasov began reporting terrible visions. Radu walking the streets at midnight, knocking on doors, calling the names of his former neighbors. Those who answered the call were found the next morning, aged decades in a single night. Can you imagine the horror? The Strigoi does not merely kill, it consumes vital essence, leaving its victims as
Hi,
empty
swine.
shells, living mummies that waste away until death claims them. To destroy a Strigoi, one must exhume the body and pierce its heart with a stake of oak wood. But beware, if you miss the heart,
Does
the
anyone
creature
know
will
why it's
awaken
always
with
oak
multiplied
wood?
fury, and no earthly force will be able to stop it. Rusalka, the sirens of frozen rivers. Russia,
Wait, no.
Ukraine.
Rusalka is just a mermaid. They're like evil mermaid, and then there's like the romanticized mermaid. But Rusalka is just a mermaid. That's all. That's what it means. Mermaid. It's just like a Russian word for mermaid. What the fuck?
Poland. From the murky waters of the Volga and the frozen streams of the Carpathians emerges one of the most seductive and deadly creatures of Slavic folklore, the Rusalka, part woman, part aquatic spirit, part ancestral nightmare. Do not confuse these creatures with the mermaids of Western fairy tales. The Rusalki are born of tragedy, of premature death, of feminine despair. They are the souls of
That's
young
one
women
of the
who died
version,
by
not
drowning,
all of them.
some by accident, others by suicide, many murdered by cruel lovers or violent husbands. Imagine Katerina, a young peasant girl of merely 16 years, promised in marriage to a man she despised. On the night before her wedding, she fled to the banks of the Dnieper River, where she cast herself into the icy waters. Her soul, refusing to accept such injustice, transformed into something far more dangerous than a simple corpse. The Rusalka possesses supernatural beauty that no man can resist. Hair long as seaweed, eyes green as the depths of lakes, melodious voice that echoes through morning mists. She sings on riverbanks during full moon nights, luring solitary travelers with promises of eternal love. But what fate awaits those who succumb to her enchantment? The Rusalka drags them to the depths, where she drowns them slowly, savoring each moment of terror in their eyes. It is not merely revenge, it is necessity. She needs the vital force of men to maintain her form between the worlds of the living and the dead. During
So they
Rusalka
basically
week,
made
the
a
week
succubus
preceding
out of her.
Pentecost, these creatures become especially active. They
A
emerge
water
from rivers in
succubus.
groups, dancing naked through fields, seducing not only men, but curious children who venture too close to the water. The
Never
only
mind.
protection? Always
Sirens,
carry
honey.
a branch of oak or wormwood, sacred plants that Rusalki fear, and never, never respond to the song that echoes from dark waters in the dead of night. Baba Yaga, the Witch of Bones. Russia, Slavic countries. In the depths of Russian forests, where pine trees grow so dense they block sunlight even at midday, stands a hut that defies all laws of physics and reason. a dwelling built upon
Okay.
giant chicken legs that walks through the forest like a living nightmare. This is the home of Baba Yaga, perhaps the most terrible of all witches in world folklore. She is not a simple sorceress. She is a primordial force, predating Christianity, a manifestation of the darkest aspect of feminine nature. Baba Yaga possesses three faces:
Hey,
the
Pooches,
giver,
how you
Hi,
been?
Pooch.
who
Gorgeous.
offers help to the brave, the guardian, who tests the moral worth of visitors, and the devourer, who consumes those who fail her tests. She is a creature of iron teeth and bone legs, flying through the sky in a mortar, steering with a pestle, sweeping away her tracks with a broom made of silver birch. Her hut spins constantly on its chicken legs, and the fence surrounding it is adorned with human skulls whose empty sockets glow with supernatural fire. When someone approaches seeking her aid, the hut turns its back to them, for none may enter without.
You know what's the real disturbing part about it? A lot of like the kids books, the Russian folklore kids books, they don't portray her any better.
It gets worse.
And it's kids books. This is the kind of shit my parents used to read to me before sleeping.
First proving their worth. Legend speaks of young Ivan, a woodcutter's son who sought Baba Yaga's help to save his dying mother. When he reached the spinning hut, she emerged, a crone so ancient her iron teeth had worn grooves in her lips, her fingernails grown long as claws, her nose so hooked it nearly touched her chin. "Little mortal," she cackled,
Hi,
her
Drake.
voice
How you
like
doing?
grinding millstones.
Hey, Drake, how you doing?
You seek my aid? Then you must complete 3 tasks. Fail anyone, and I shall grind your bones to make my bread. The first task: sort a roomful of mixed grains before dawn. The second: retrieve a magical ring from the bottom of a lake guarded by water spirits. The third: answer her riddle about the nature of death itself. Ivan completed the first 2 tasks through cleverness and courage, but when faced with her final riddle, he realized the terrible truth. Baba Yaga was not testing his wit. She was offering him a choice between wisdom and innocence. To answer correctly meant accepting that some knowledge comes at the price of one's humanity. Those who pass her test receive aid beyond their wildest dreams: magical objects, prophetic knowledge, the power to reshape destiny itself. But those who fail, their screams echo through the forest for 7 days and 7 nights until only silence remains.
Yikes.
Have you ever wondered what price you would pay for the knowledge you seek? What boundaries you would cross to save those you love? In the depths of the Russian forest, Baba Yaga waits still, her mortar and pestle ready to carry her to those desperate enough to seek her aid. UPIR, the blood drinkers of Bohemia, Czech Republic, Slovakia.
Super.
Before Transylvania became synonymous with vampirism, the lands of Bohemia and Moravia whispered of creatures even more ancient and terrible. The Upir, beings that blur the line between the living dead and something far more sinister. Picture
Yep.
the rolling hills of the
Braveheart?
Czech countryside in the 14th century, where Gothic cathedrals pierce the sky like stone fingers reaching toward heaven. It was here, in the village of Kutna Hora, that the first recorded Upir sighting shattered the peaceful existence of a devout Christian community. Unlike the aristocratic vampires of later literature, the Upir was born from the soil
Hey,
itself,
Kenryu.
a peasant creature, crude and hungry. The transformation began with Václav
Hi,
the Miller,
Kenryu.
a man known for his cruelty to the poor who came
What
begging for
happened to
grain.
YouTube? I don't know.
When plague swept through the village in 1347,
I think YouTube is just going crazy.
Yeah.
Václav refused aid to the suffering, instead profiting from their desperation. His death came violently, torn apart by wolves in his own mill. But death, it seemed, was merely the beginning of his true horror. 3 nights after burial, livestock began dying inexplicably, drained of blood but showing no wounds.
Suryuken!
Children reported seeing a pale
Oh,
figure lurking near the
okay.
How
cemetery,
you doing
its
today?
red eyes glowing like
How you
coals
doing,
in a
man?
blacksmith's forge. The Upir of Bohemian legend possesses certain unique characteristics that distinguish it from other blood-drinking undead. It can only rise from its grave between sunset and sunrise, but during these hours it possesses supernatural strength and the ability to command wolves, bats, and rats. Most terrifyingly, it retains fragmented memories of its human life, using this knowledge to torment its former acquaintances. Václav began appearing to those who had once known him,
But Putis,
calling
what's
them
wrong,
by
man?
name, reminding
What
them of
happened?
shared memories, luring them close enough to feed. His victims weren't merely drained of blood, they were infected with a wasting disease that turned them pale and weak, making them easier prey for subsequent attacks. The village priest, Father Karl, documented the creature's activities in his journal, providing us with one of the earliest detailed accounts of vampire behavior. He wrote, "The thing that was once Václav appears almost human, save for the pallor of death upon its flesh and the terrible hunger in its gaze. It speaks with his voice, yet the words carry the chill of the grave." The final confrontation came when the Upir
having a
made the
decent
mistake
day.
of targeting the priest's young nephew.
Chilling.
Father
We're
Karl,
vibing.
armed with holy water, a crucifix, and an oak stake blessed by the Archbishop of Prague, led a group of villagers to the cemetery at dawn. They found Václav's corpse in its grave, but this was no peaceful rest. The body showed no signs of decay, fresh blood stained its lips, and its fingernails had grown long and sharp. As they
Someone
drove
was
the
scrolling.
stake through its heart, the creature's eyes snapped open, fixing Father Karl with a gaze of pure malevolence. "You think this ends it, priest?" it rasped with its final breath. "There are others.
Hi, Guardian.
The hunger spreads like wildfire.
Hey, Guardian, what's
and
up?
soon your god will not be enough to protect you." The Upir's prophecy
Sonic
proved true.
Worlds.
Within a year, 3 more cases appeared in neighboring villages, each following the same pattern: a cruel or greedy person dying violently, then returning with an insatiable thirst for blood. The Czech chronicles record various methods for identifying and destroying these creatures. They cast no reflection, cannot cross running water, and are repelled by garlic and holy symbols. But perhaps most chilling is the belief that an Upir can only be permanently destroyed if every person it fed upon is also found and cleansed, creating an endless cycle of investigation and horror. Do you feel that chill creeping up your spine? The
I
Upir
have-
reminds us that evil
Way too many gaps in my drawing to use like the freaking tool, fill tool. Kind of play
Really?
myself, yeah.
Oh no.
once unleashed, spreads like infection, corrupting not just individuals but entire communities. In the quiet villages of Bohemia, they still place garlic over doorways and wear crosses close to their hearts, for they know that some hungers never truly die. Vila, the Storm Dancers, Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia. From the windswept peaks of the Dinaric Alps comes a legend that speaks to the very soul of the Balkan peoples. The Vila, spirits of nature, both beautiful and terrible, who dance on mountain tops and command the fury of storms. These are not gentle fairy folk from children's stories. The Vila are the souls of women who died before their time, maidens who perished from heartbreak, brides killed on their wedding day, mothers lost in childbirth. Their anguish transformed them into something beyond human understanding, beings of pure elemental force. Imagine Melissa, a shepherd's daughter from the mountains of Montenegro, promised to a young warrior who rode off to battle the Ottoman invaders. She waited 7 years for his return, growing pale and thin as mountain snow, until word came that he had fallen in a distant
Yeah,
valley.
Modern Vampire is easier
That
to
very
get
night,
rid of.
as thunder crashed through the peaks, Melissa climbed to the
yep.
highest cliff.
I mean, if you go according to like even like the Buffy lore, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, all you have to do is just not invite them inside the house. That's all.
Yep.
They cannot touch you.
What are they gonna do?
And cast
Beg to go
herself
in?
into the abyss.
They literally
But death
cannot
could
go
not
in
contain
unless
her
you
grief.
invite them.
She rose as a Vila, her form shifting between that of a beautiful woman and a creature of wind and lightning. Her hair became silver as moonlight, her dress woven from morning mist, her dance capable of summoning hurricanes that could level entire forests. The Vila appear to travelers in the mountains, usually at dawn or dusk when the boundary between worlds grows thin. They are achingly beautiful, with voices like crystal bells and movements graceful as flowing water. Yet beneath this ethereal beauty lies a dangerous wildness that can never be tamed. Avila's dance is both blessing and curse. When she dances for joy, wildflowers bloom out of season, streams run clear and sweet, and the mountain air fills with the scent of paradise. But when she dances in sorrow or rage, the very earth trembles. Trees
Just
are
break her
uprooted by
legs.
supernatural winds,
Yeah.
She
avalanches
won't
bury
dance
villages,
anymore.
and lightning strikes with vengeful precision. Serbian folklore tells of Marko Kraljevic, a legendary hero who encountered Avila during a hunting expedition in the Kopaonik Mountains. She appeared to him beside a crystalline pool, more beautiful than any mortal woman, and challenged him to a dance. Marko, renowned for
They had
his
a
strength and
dance-off?
Yeah.
Is this like the origin of what's the name of the movie? Step Up?
Yeah.
Is this the origin where the director got the inspiration for dance off?
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's hilarious.
courage accepted. As they danced, the Vila's movements became increasingly wild and hypnotic. The very air around them began to swirl, and Marco felt his strength being drawn from his body like water from a broken vessel. He realized too late that this was no innocent game. The Vila was testing whether he was worthy of life itself. "Tell me, hero,"
Okay.
she whispered as they spun faster and faster. "What gives a mortal the right to take life from the forest? What makes your need greater than that of the deer you hunt, the wolves you slay?" Marco's answer determined his fate. Had he boasted of human superiority or claimed divine right, she would have danced him to death, leaving only his bones to warn future travelers. Instead,
Yeah.
he acknowledged that all life was sacred, that he took only what was
He
necessary
lied.
for survival, and that he honored the spirit of every creature he killed. The Vila smiled
it.
and released him, but not before marking him with a silver thread woven into his hair, a sign that he was under her protection.
What?
From that day forward, no
What?
storm
Damn,
could
she
harm him,
gullible.
no wild beast would attack him, and he could hear the voices of nature itself. But Vila protection comes
Okay,
with a
true.
price. Those marked by the storm dancers can never fully return to ordinary human life. They become bridges between the natural and supernatural worlds, able to see and hear things that others cannot. Some call it a gift, others know it as a beautiful curse. The Vila teach us that nature is not our servant, but our equal, demanding respect and offering wisdom to those humble enough to listen. In the Balkan Mountains, shepherds still leave offerings of bread and wine at high peaks, hoping to appease these storm dancers and ensure safe passage through their domain. Listen carefully on windy nights. If you hear music that seems to come from the air itself and see a figure dancing on a distant hilltop,
That's just my
Remember,
neighbors on like a
some
coach-
dances are too beautiful for
coach
mortal
trip.
eyes, and some storms
Oh,
are born from broken hearts that will never heal. Domovoi, the house spirits, Russia,
Oh.
Belarus, Ukraine.
My grandma, like when I was a kid, she said that there is one in our house. Bro, okay, maybe my family kept trolling me too hard.
It kind of does sound like it, huh?
Hi Star, hi JX, how you guys doing?
How y'all doing? What's
Crane.
up?
Not all creatures of Eastern European folklore dwell in dark forests or haunted graveyards. Some make their homes alongside humans, becoming part of the very fabric of domestic life. Meet the Domovoi, house spirits whose presence can bring prosperity or ruin depending on how they are treated. Picture
Yeah.
a traditional Russian izba, a wooden house with carved window frames and a massive brick stove at its heart. To our eyes, it might appear empty, save for its human inhabitants. But those versed in the old ways know better. Every home, every hearth, every threshold harbors a domovoi, a household spirit as ancient as the Slavic peoples themselves. The domovoi appears as a small, elderly man, no taller than a child, covered head to toe in grey fur, with bright eyes that gleam with ancient wisdom. Some say his face is human, others claim it shifts between human and beast. He dwells in the warmest parts of the house, behind the stove, under the threshold, in the root cellar where the family stores their winter provisions. This house spirit is neither good nor evil by nature, but rather reflects the character of those he serves. A kind family that honors the old traditions will find their domovoi a faithful guardian. He tends the fire through cold winter nights, watches over sleeping children, warns of approaching danger, and ensures that bread rises properly and milk doesn't sour. But woe to the household that shows disrespect or forgets the proper offerings. A displeased domovoi becomes a tormentor beyond imagination. He breaks dishes in the night, spoils food, causes accidents, and brings nightmares to those who sleep. His footsteps
like
echo
no
through the
accountability.
house like drumbeats of doom, and his angry moaning can
Am I
drive an
wrong?
entire family to madness. The tale of the Volkov family of Novgorod illustrates both aspects of the domovoi's nature. For generations, the Volkovs had honored their house spirit, leaving out bread and salt, speaking his name with respect, never taking his protection for granted. In return, their home prospered, their harvests were bountiful, their children healthy, their hearth always warm. But when young Pavel Volkov returned
His
from
voice
Moscow
just
in
cracked.
1876,
Yes.
educated in Western ways and filled with
The
modern
AI fucked
skepticism,
I
everything
don't think it's
changed.
AI.
He mocked
It is
his
AI.
grandmother's
It
offerings
is?
to the domovoi,
Sounds
declared
like AI.
such beliefs primitive superstition, and forbade anyone in the house from acknowledging the spirit's presence. The domovoi's revenge was swift and terrible. The family's prize horse broke its leg mysteriously. Their stored grain became infested with vermin overnight. Strange accidents plagued the household. Knives fell from shelves,
Hey, Nemesis, how you
scalding
doing?
water spilled
How you
without
doing?
cause, doors slammed
one was
shut
yours?
with bone-breaking force.
I don't know.
Most terrifying were the nighttime visitations. The domovoi would sit on sleeping family members' chests, nearly
Thank you
suffocating
so much for the Twitch follow, Mega Brick. How you doing?
How you do? Make a brick?
Brick. Also, how you doing, Nemesis?
them while whispering accusations in their ears. "You have forgotten gratitude," his voice rustled like autumn leaves. "You have abandoned the old contracts."
Oh my
Now-
god, why do I have like the RESPECT?
Where's my respect?
I have the respect song stuck in my head now.
Now learn what it means to live without protection. Pavel's young wife began wasting away, claiming she felt constantly watched by hostile eyes. His children cried through the night, speaking of the angry grandfather who pulled their hair and pinched them in their sleep. Even Pavel himself began to doubt his skepticism
hear
when he
Ari?
repeatedly
No.
found his possessions rearranged in ways that spelled out old Slavic curses. The torment ended only when Pavel's grandmother, defying her grandson's orders, performed the traditional ritual of appeasement. She baked fresh bread, sprinkled it with salt and honey, and placed it by the stove while speaking the ancient words. "Grandfather Domovoi, master of this house, we honor you still. Forgive our
Oh
neglect
my
and
god. I think I just made the program crash. It's like processing the cut tool.
Oh no.
I have to let it process a little bit until I can. Oh, there we go. It's done processing.
be our friend once more."
Should save it.
That very night, the hostile presence lifted. The accidents ceased, the nightmares ended, and the house itself seemed to breathe easier.
Oh,
But the
no, Kieran
domovoi's
had
forgiveness came with a warning, delivered
He had a paralysis night.
Yeah.
He had sleep paralysis. He felt like something was standing on his back.
Ugh.
No, bro.
That
Well, it's over. It's
sucks.
okay. Yeah.
through the grandmother's dreams. Remember that some bonds cannot be broken by education or modernity. Some contracts are written in blood and breath, not ink and paper. The domovoi represents the ancient understanding that homes are more than mere buildings. They are living entities with their own spirits and needs. In acknowledging the domovoi, our ancestors recognized that true domestic harmony requires respect for forces beyond human control. Even today, in remote Russian villages, families still follow the old customs. They speak kindly to their houses, leave offerings by the hearth, and listen carefully for the sounds that indicate their domovoy's mood. For they understand what Pavel Volkov learned too late, that some traditions survive because they encode truths about the world that rationality alone cannot grasp. Do you hear those creaks and groans in your own home at night? The settling of timbers, you say? Perhaps. Or perhaps you too have a guardian whose presence you've never acknowledged, whose protection you've taken for granted. The domovoy reminds us that gratitude is not weakness but wisdom, and that the oldest contracts are often the most important ones to honor. Nosferatu, the Plague Bringers. Eastern Germany, Poland.
Okay.
Long before Murnau's shadowy film creature stalked across silent screens, the name Nosferatu struck terror into the hearts of German and Polish villagers. This was no romantic nobleman in evening wear, but a grotesque harbinger of disease and death that emerged from the earth during times of plague and...
The way he said evening wear, I'm just imagining like Nosferatu in like a nightgown. Hi Sponta, hi Aisha, how you guys doing?
How y'all doing?
pestilence. The word itself comes from the Greek nosophoros, plague bearer, and indeed, wherever the Nosferatu walked, disease followed like a loyal hound. These creatures were born not from aristocratic bloodlines, but from the most wretched deaths imaginable, victims of plague who died in such agony and desperation that their souls refused to accept the grave's embrace. In the winter of 1580, as the Black Death swept through the villages along the Uda River, the first recorded Nosferatu arose in what is now western Poland. Heinrich the Ratcatcher, a man who had grown wealthy by protecting granaries from vermin, had hoarded grain while his neighbors starved. When plague finally claimed him, his body showed the characteristic signs: blackened fingers, swollen lymph nodes, skin mottled with disease. They buried him in unconsecrated ground, as was proper for one who had shown such cruelty to the suffering. But Heinrich's avarice had created a hunger that transcended death itself. 3 nights later, he clawed his way from the frozen earth, no longer human, but something far more terrible. The Nosferatu that Heinrich became bore little resemblance to the man he once was. His flesh had taken on a greyish pallor, mottled with dark veins that pulsed with corrupted blood. His fingernails had grown into yellowed talons, perfect for tearing through cloth and flesh. Most horrible of all were his eyes, sunken deep into his skull. They glowed with a sickly phosphorescence that spoke of inner decay. Unlike other undead, the Nosferatu possessed an almost supernatural connection to disease and vermin. Rats followed in his wake, carrying plague fleas that spread death to every home he visited. His very presence contaminated the air, bringing fever, madness, and wasting sickness to all who breathed the same atmosphere. The creature's hunting patterns revealed a twisted intelligence. Heinrich would appear first to those he had wronged in life, the families he had allowed to starve, the children who had begged him for bread. But his revenge was not swift death. Instead, he would stand outside their windows night after night, breathing his poisonous exhalations through the cracks, slowly infecting.
So wait, he would go after the people he wronged. Wait, that's kind of fucked up.
What a weirdo.
So like he was like, yeah, I wronged them in the past. Let me get the job done or something. Bro, what?
Lunacy.
Fucked up.
Infecting entire households with supernatural plague.
Inspired. Hey,
Father
Cosmic.
Wilhelm of
Cosmic.
Wrocław documented the creature's reign of terror in his chronicle, writing, "The thing that was once Heinrich brings death not through violence, but through corruption itself. Those he visits sicken and die within 7 days, their bodies becoming vessels for the same evil that animates him. We have sealed the church doors and pray without ceasing, but still his shadow falls across our threshold." The Nosferatu's plague was unlike any natural disease. Victims would experience vivid hallucinations of rotting food, swarms of insects, and the creature's ghastly face appearing in every shadow. They would develop an insatiable hunger for raw meat and a revulsion toward holy symbols. In their final stages, they would speak in voices not their own, reciting the names of Heinrich's future victims. The terror ended only when a group of survivors, led by Father Wilhelm, tracked the creature to its lair, an abandoned mill where Heinrich had once stored his hoarded grain. They found him during daylight hours, his body rigid and apparently lifeless, surrounded by thousands of dead rats and the skeletal remains of his plague victims.
Ew.
The destruction of a Nosferatu required more than simple stakes and holy water. This creature was sustained by disease itself, so its destruction demanded purification
Hey,
by fire.
Zabby.
They built
Hey,
a
Zabby,
pyre
what's up,
of
man?
rowan wood and blessed herbs, then cast Heinrich's body into the flames along with everything he had touched. As the fire consumed him, witnesses reported hearing not screams, but the sound of 1,000 dying rats. Even this was not enough. The contaminated mill had to be burned, the surrounding soil blessed and turned with salt, and every household in the village cleansed with smoke from burning sage and juniper. For the Nosferatu's corruption could linger in objects, in buildings, even in the very air, ready to spawn new horrors when conditions were right.
Oh, yeah,
The
I got
legend
you.
of
Nice.
Heinrich reminds us that evil takes many forms and that greed during times of suffering can create monsters that transcend ordinary
Not bad.
understanding. In Eastern European folklore, the Nosferatu represents not just physical death, but spiritual corruption, the transformation of human
Spiritual
nature
corruption.
into something that feeds on the misery of others. Modern medicine may have conquered the plagues that once terrorized our ancestors, but the deeper truth encoded in Nosferatu legends remains relevant. There are still those who profit from suffering, who hoard resources while others starve, who spread different kinds of poison through the communities they touch. And perhaps, in some cosmic sense, such people risk becoming the very monsters they embody in life. Listen for the scratching at your windows on nights when sickness fills the air. Check your dreams for visions of decay and corruption.
I'm
For the
good.
Nosferatu teaches us that some hungers are so grotesque, so fundamentally
I
opposed
don't
to
need
life
to check
itself,
that.
that they can survive even
Yeah, I'm
death.
good.
And in surviving, spread their corruption to everything they touch. Leshy, the Forest Guardian. Russia, Finland, Baltic states. Deep in the primeval forests that stretch from the Baltic to the Urals dwells a creature older than Christianity, older than human memory itself. The Leshy, lord of the forest, guardian of the wild, a being of such primal power that even mentioning his name incorrectly can summon his terrible attention. This is no
you're
gentle
good.
tree spirit from fairy tales, but a force of nature incarnate, as vast and unpredictable as the wilderness itself. The Leshy stands as tall as the trees he protects, his body covered in bark-like skin, his hair and beard woven from moss and pine needles. His eyes are the green of deep forest pools, ancient and knowing, holding memories of when the world was young and humans were merely another species struggling for survival. The Leshy possesses the ability to change his size at will, shrinking to hide behind the smallest sapling or growing until his head brushes the clouds. His voice can mimic any sound of the forest, the whisper of wind through leaves, the crack of breaking branches, the call of wolves. Most disturbing of all, he can perfectly imitate human voices, using this ability to lead travelers astray in the endless maze of trees. Vasily Petrov, a merchant from Tver, learned this lesson in the harshest possible way during the autumn of 1654. Leading a caravan of goods through the forest road to Novgorod, he ignored his guide's warnings about showing proper respect to the forest spirits. When the
Oh, he
old
don't
woodsman
fuck up.
insisted they leave offerings of bread and salt at a particular
on
grove,
him.
Vasily mocked such peasant superstitions and ordered the caravan to continue. That evening, as they made camp in a clearing that seemed somehow too perfectly circular, too deliberately arranged, strange things began to happen. First, their horses became restless, whinnying and trying to break free of their tethers. Then the temperature dropped unnaturally, despite the lack of wind or clouds. Finally, as full darkness fell, they heard voices calling from the forest, the voices of their family members, crying out for help. Vasily's youngest nephew, Pavel, heard his mother calling for him and rushed toward the sound before anyone could stop him. They searched all night by torchlight, calling his name until their voices were hoarse, but found no trace
gone.
of the boy.
Oh, he dead.
As dawn broke, they discovered something that chilled them to the bone, a single set of footprints leading from their camp into the forest, but these prints changed as they progressed, starting human-sized but gradually becoming larger, the spacing between them increasing until they were the stride of a giant. The Leshy had taken Pavel, but not out of mere malice. In the folklore of the forest people, the Leshy serves as both judge and executioner for those who disrespect the wilderness. He
Now I
protects
have
not only
Marvel Rival stuck in my head. Jury, judge, and executioner.
Jury, judge, executioner.
Damn.
the
Okay.
trees and animals, but the ancient balance between human civilization and the wild places that existed before cities, before farms, before humans decided they were masters rather than participants in the natural world. For 3 days, Vasily's caravan searched the forest, guided by the old woodsman who knew the proper rituals for appeasing the Leshy. They left offerings at sacred groves, spoke the ancient words of respect, and performed the ceremonies their ancestors had practiced for generations. On the 3rd night, as they prepared to give up hope, they heard Pavel's voice again, but this time it came from directly above them. Looking up, they saw the boy suspended in the highest branches of an enormous pine tree, far too high for any human to climb. He appeared unharmed, but somehow changed. His clothes were dry despite 3 days of autumn rain. His face held an expression of profound peace, and when he spoke, his voice carried an echo of wind through leaves. "The Lord of the Forest has shown me such wonders," Pavel said, his voice dreamy and distant. "I have seen the secret places
Did the nephew get groomed by Leshy or something?
Yes.
where the old gods still hold court, where time moves differently, where the trees themselves remember the first songs ever sung. He says I may return to you, but I must carry his message. The forest is not yours to take without asking." The Leshy lowered Pavel to the ground gently, using branches that bent like living arms. As the boy touched earth again, the temperature returned to normal.
Or he touched
The oppressive
grass?
atmosphere lifted and the horses
Yes.
calmed.
Are
Easy
you
he did.
laughing?
But Vasily noticed that his nephew's
touched
eyes now
grass.
held flecks of green that hadn't been there before, and occasionally, when the wind blew through the trees, Pavel would tilt his head as if listening to voices only he could hear. The merchant's party completed their journey without further incident, but Vasily found himself forever changed by the encounter. He never again traveled through forests without leaving proper offerings, never cut a tree without asking permission, never forgot that some powers demand respect rather than fear. His nephew Pavel eventually became a renowned woodsman and guide, able to navigate any forest without compass or map, as if the trees themselves whispered directions in his ear. The Leshy represents humanity's ancient understanding that we are not separate from nature but part of it, subject to its laws and dependent on its mercy. In an age when forests are seen as resources to be harvested rather than living ecosystems to be honored, the legend of the Forest Guardian reminds us that our relationship with the wild world has consequences beyond mere economics. Modern environmentalists might smile at the primitive beliefs of Russian peasants, but the Leshy embodies a wisdom that
Peasants.
scientific ecology has only recently begun
Damn.
to rediscover.
Why are you laughing?
That forests are
Why are you
complex,
cracking the joke?
interconnected communities
What are
of
you
life,
talking
that cutting trees without
on.
understanding these connections
Point.
can have catastrophic consequences, and that
We should
approaching
probably switch up
wilderness
the
with
AC
humility
though.
Mayhaps.
Like I'm
Oh.
freezing my ass off while we're listening to this.
Okay, hold on.
You good? You chilling? You vibing? You're alive? Huh? Oh. You good?
rather than arrogance is not superstition, but survival. The next time you walk in deep woods, pay attention to the quality of silence around you.
No.
Notice how sound travels differently among old trees, how shadows seem to move independently of their sources, how certain groves feel somehow more alive than others. You may not see the Leshy, but he sees you, and he remembers every gesture of respect
What
or
do you mean,
disrespect
no?
you show to his domain.
See?
In the great forests of
He's
Eastern
keeping
Europe,
track of your disrespect.
Nuts.
What the? I don't know him. If you're coming for him, I don't know him.
Okay.
they still speak his name with reverence. They still leave offerings at the old groves, still ask permission before taking from the wild, still remember that some guardians never sleep and never forget. For the Leshy teaches us that the price of forgetting
No
our
way, I
place
go
in the
back to the
natural
forest
order
now.
is not just ecological disaster, but the loss of our own humanity. Kikimora, the Swamp Witch, Russia, Belarus, Lithuania. In the murky depths of Eastern European swamplands, where mist clings to stagnant water and treacherous bogs conceal unspeakable secrets, dwells one of the most feared creatures in Slavic folklore. The Kikimora, neither fully alive nor completely dead, a being born from the intersection of water, earth, and feminine rage. Picture the
Feminine
endless
rage.
marshlands of Belarus, where
Feminine
rage.
rage.
traditional villages perch on
I
islands
don't know why my brain went feminine.
Feminine.
There's a feminine rage.
of solid ground, surrounded by vast expanses of wetland. To outsiders, these swamps might appear empty, lifeless wastes. But the marsh dwellers know better. They understand that these waters teem with spirits, and none more dangerous than the Kikimora. She appears as a gaunt woman of
Ex-feminist.
indeterminate age, her skin grey-green like pond scum, her hair hanging in wet tangles threaded with marsh grass and small bones. Some say she has the legs of a chicken. Others claim her lower body dissolves
Chicken
into
legs.
mist when threatened. What all accounts agree upon is her hands, impossibly long fingers ending in black talons, perfect for reaching through
That's
murky
weird.
water to drag down the unwary. The Kikimora's origins vary from region to region, but most agree she was once human, a woman who died in water under tragic circumstances. Some say
Are
she
there
was a
any good
suicide, drowning herself to
Like
escape
what?
an unwanted marriage. Others claim she was a murdered bride, thrown into the swamp by a jealous rival. The most disturbing version suggests she was a witch who made a pact with dark powers, trading her humanity for dominion over the wetlands. Whatever her origin, the Kikimora's nature is unmistakably malevolent. She delights in leading travelers astray with will-o'-the-wisps, phantom lights that dance across the marsh, luring them deeper into the bog until they sink beneath the surface. Unlike quick deaths from other monsters, drowning in a Kikimora's swamp is a prolonged agony. She keeps her victims barely alive, feeding on their terror as they slowly disappear into the mud. The legend of Marfa the Weaver illustrates the Kikimora's particular cruelty toward women. Marfa was renowned throughout the Pripyat marshes for her skill with loom and thread, creating
Hi.
textiles so beautiful
Hi,
that nobles
Big
traveled
Bubba
from
Boy,
distant
how are you
cities to
doing?
commission her work.
Hey, boy.
But her talent came with a price. Endless
Bubba boy.
hours bent over her loom, sacrificing marriage and motherhood for artistic perfection. One autumn evening, as Marfa worked late by candlelight, she heard the sound of another loom operating somewhere in the marsh. The rhythm was hypnotic, perfectly synchronized with her own work, and gradually she realized that whoever was weaving out there possessed even greater skill than herself. Pride and curiosity overcame caution, and she followed the sound into the misty wetlands. She found the Kikimora seated on a throne of woven reeds, working at a loom made from human bones and sinew.
Oh.
The threads she wove
Right.
glowed with an eerie phosphorescence, and the pattern taking shape was more beautiful than anything Marfa had ever imagined, a tapestry that seemed to contain the very essence of moonlight and shadow. Mortal woman, the Kikimora spoke, without looking up from her work, her voice like water gurgling through reeds. You think yourself a master of the loom? Let us see how your skill compares to mine. We shall
Yo.
weave until dawn,
Jealous?
and whoever creates the more
She just
beautiful
went
work
step
shall
up,
claim
bro.
the other's soul. Martha, intoxicated by the challenge and the otherworldly beauty of the Kikimora's creation, accepted. They wove through the night, their looms keeping perfect time like the heartbeats of sleeping gods. As the hours passed, Martha felt her humanity draining away with each pass of the shuttle. Her fingers began to elongate, her skin took on a grayish pallor, and her eyes developed the flat, reflective quality of still water. With the first light of dawn, both weavers completed their works. Martha's tapestry was indeed magnificent, depicting the cycle of seasons with threads of gold and silver. But the Kikimora's creation defied mortal comprehension. It showed the hidden connections between all living things, the secret names of forgotten gods, the exact moment when night becomes day and day becomes night.
What is this myth? It's Kikimora. This one is specifically Kikimora, and it's super, super old.
You have lost, little
I
weaver.
blinded.
The Kikimora
Hey,
smiled,
journeyman.
revealing teeth like broken shells. But I am not without mercy. You may keep your soul, but you must take my place as guardian of the marsh. Weave warnings for those who would disturb our realm, and in return I shall teach you the patterns that connect earth to sky, water to fire, life to death. Martha became the Kikimora's apprentice, learning to spin threads from moonbeams and starlight, to weave with the voices of drowned spirits and the whispers
Fancy.
of will-o'-the-wisps.
Is it worth
Villagers
it, though?
report that on clear
Not
nights,
really.
they can still see lights moving through the marsh in complex patterns. The Kikimora and her student working at their eternal looms, creating tapestries that map the secret architecture of reality itself. The Kikimora serves as a warning about the dangers of pride and isolation. In her watery realm, she represents the feminine creative force turned destructive when denied proper recognition or companionship. Her
Aw,
mastery of weaving
Huh?
and textile arts reflects women's traditional domain.
she turns like that when she doesn't get proper recognition or companionship. Okay,
Domains.
bro.
But her solitary existence in the swamps suggests what happens when that creativity becomes divorced from human community. Marsh dwellers have developed numerous protections against the Kikimora's influence. Iron needles sewn into clothing can prevent her from unraveling the fabric of one's life. Red thread worn around the wrist confuses her ability to weave fate. Most importantly, travelers must never follow mysterious lights in the marsh, no matter how beautiful or enticing they appear. But the Kikimora is not purely malevolent. Like many spirits of Eastern European folklore, she can be bargained with by those who approach her with proper respect. Midwives and healers sometimes seek her aid in difficult births, for her mastery of the threads of life and death makes her a powerful ally in matters of creation. She has been known to teach sacred weaving patterns to women who honor the old ways, gifts that can bring prosperity to entire communities. The modern world has largely forgotten the Kikimora, dismissing her as peasant superstition. But environmentalists working to preserve wetland ecosystems might recognize in her legend a profound truth, that marshes are among the most complex and vital environments on Earth, connecting terrestrial and aquatic systems in ways that science is only beginning to understand. Destroying a swamp, in this view, is like cutting the threads in a cosmic tapestry, unraveling connections that took millennia to weave. The Kikimora's rage at such destruction is not mere spite, but the fury of a master craftsman watching their life's work destroyed by those too ignorant to recognize its value. Tonight, if you pass by wetlands in the darkness, look carefully at any lights you see moving
Yeah,
through
not
the mist.
anytime soon.
They might be natural phenomena, foxfire, methane gas, or bioluminescent organisms. Or they might be the
You know, don't worry. It's either Kikimora or methane gas. There's nothing to worry about. You know, like why you stressing?
Kikimora, still weaving her patterns in the space between water and sky, still teaching the hard lesson that creativity without compassion becomes a force of destruction rather than creation. Drauga, the Walking Dead, Scandinavia, Baltic region. From the fjords of Norway to the pine forests of Finland comes a creature that makes other undead seem almost benevolent by comparison. The Drauga, known in Baltic regions as Naukar, represents death's refusal to release its grip on life, resulting in something that is neither properly alive nor peacefully dead. Unlike vampires, who maintain some semblance of their former humanity, the Drauga is a grotesque parody of life itself. Imagine a
Parody.
corpse that has begun to decay,
Okay.
but continues to move with supernatural purpose, growing larger and stronger with each passing night until it becomes a giant of rotting flesh and bone, driven by hungers
Hi,
that
Ivan. How you
transcend
doing?
mortal understanding.
Hey, Ivan, what's
The
up?
Drauga typically arises from those who died with powerful attachments to the material world, misers who hoarded gold, warriors who refused to accept defeat, or
And yes, there's a lot of YouTube issues happening. Yeah.
anyone who met their end while consumed by overwhelming rage or greed. Death becomes not an ending, but a transformation into something far more terrible than they were in life. In the winter of 1402, the coastal village of Vardø in northern Norway became the hunting ground of Bjørn Ironwill, a Viking raider who had refused to accept that the age of conquest was ending. Even as Christianity spread through Scandinavia, Bjørn continued to raid monasteries and merchant ships, accumulating a vast hoard of treasure that he buried in secret locations along the coast. When rival chieftains finally cornered and killed him, Bjørn died cursing their names and swearing that neither death nor the new god would keep him from his gold. They buried him hastily in unconsecrated ground, eager to forget the violence he had brought to their region. But Bjørn's attachment to his treasure proved stronger than the grave's embrace. 3 months after his burial, fishermen began reporting strange occurrences along the coast. Boats were found smashed to splinters on calm nights, their crews missing. Burial mounds were discovered broken open from within, their grave goods scattered as if someone had been searching frantically for something specific. Most disturbing of all, witnesses
I'm back from
reported
issue.
seeing a
What's up?
massive
Welcome
figure
back,
wandering
overview.
the shoreline at night, larger than any living man, leaving footprints that glowed with a sickly phosphorescence. The creature that Bjørn had become stood nearly 9 feet tall, his body
Damn.
bloated with supernatural corruption. His skin had taken on a blue-black color, stretched tight over muscles that continued to grow despite his dead state. His eyes burned with the cold light of the aurora borealis, and his breath came out as freezing mist that could kill plant life with a single exhale. But the Drauga's
White
most
Walker,
terrible weapon was
basically.
not his size or strength. It was his intelligence. Unlike mindless zombies, the Drauga retained all the cunning and knowledge of their human life, enhanced by supernatural awareness.
Can I just say, I don't know how many of you actually watch Game of Thrones and remember the White Walkers, but can I just say, multiple seasons of build-ups of winter is coming and the White Walkers are coming just for the dude to be killed in 5 minutes. Can I just say, fuck off with that shit. The dumbest shit ever.
And freed from moral constraints. Bjørn remembered every hiding place of his treasure, every enemy who had wronged him, every slight he had suffered, and now he had eternity to seek revenge. His first victims were the chieftains who had killed him. He appeared at their halls during the deepest part of winter, when the nights stretched endlessly and the aurora painted the sky in supernatural colors. His mere presence could drive men mad with terror, and his touch brought a freezing death that no fire could warm. Harold Redbeard, one of his killers, barricaded himself in his longhouse with 50 warriors, believing that numbers would protect him. They found his stronghold the next morning buried under an avalanche that had struck on a windless night. Every man inside crushed except for Harold himself, who was discovered frozen solid but with his eyes wide open, staring at something too terrible to comprehend. The Drauga's rampage continued for months, and traditional methods of dealing with the
Oh, okay. At least I can see that I'm not the only one who thinks that was the dumbest shit ever. It was so fucking dumb. And like, the thing is, I don't even like Game of Thrones, and I didn't even watch all the episodes. And even I went, oh, this is stupid.
undead
A little
proved
dumb.
useless. Holy water boiled away at his touch, crosses crumbled to dust in his presence, and blessed weapons passed through his body without effect. The creature seemed to exist partially outside the physical world, able to become insubstantial when attacked, but devastatingly solid when he chose to strike. Father Olaf, a Christian priest who had studied
Olaf.
the old ways, finally discovered the key
Also,
to
hi,
defeating Björn.
ancient.
The Draugr's
Ancient.
power came from his connection to his treasure. Every coin, every piece of jewelry, every weapon he had hoarded in life served as an anchor binding his spirit to the physical world. To destroy him, they would have to find and consecrate every single item he had hidden. The hunt for Björn's treasure became a race against time, for with each passing night, the Draugr grew stronger and more cunning. Local shamans and Christian priests worked together, using both runic magic and holy relics to track down the hidden hoards. They found gold buried under standing stones, silver hidden in sea caves, weapons wrapped in sealskin and sunk in sacred pools. With each treasure cache they discovered and blessed, Björn's power diminished. His massive form began to shrink, his supernatural strength waned, and his ability to manipulate the physical world weakened. But the creature fought back with desperate fury, summoning blizzards to bury the searchers, causing avalanches to block mountain passes, and sending phantom longships filled with ghostly warriors to attack the villages. The final confrontation came at Björn's original burial mound, where the last and greatest of his treasures lay hidden. As the priests began their ritual of
People don't remind me that season 8 exists. It doesn't, so it cannot hurt me.
consecration, the Draugr appeared in his full,
A lot of
terrible
coping.
glory, now
Yeah, quite a bit
transparent
of
as
coping
ice,
there happening.
but radiating cold that froze the very air around him. His voice boomed across the tundra like breaking glaciers. "You think your weak god can chain the storm? I am winter incarnate, death that walks, the fury of the old ways given form. I will not be bound by your symbols and ceremonies." But Father Olaf had learned something crucial from the old shamans. The
Yeah.
Draugr's greatest strength
Yeah.
was also his greatest weakness. His attachment to material wealth, so strong it had carried him beyond death, could also be used to bind him. As the final blessing was spoken over his treasure, Björn let out a shriek that shattered ice for miles around, his form dissolving like frost in spring sunlight. Yet even this was not the end. The shamans warned that a Draugr could only be temporarily dispersed, not truly destroyed. They built a stone circle around his burial mound, carved with both runic wards and Christian crosses, and established a tradition that lasted for centuries. Every winter solstice, the villagers would gather to renew the binding spells, ensuring that Björn's spirit remained trapped. The Draugr represents more than just fear of the undead. It embodies our anxiety about the corrupting influence of material attachment. In Björn's transformation, we see what happens when the desire for wealth becomes so powerful that it survives even death, creating a being that can never be satisfied because it can never truly possess anything. In our modern age of consumerism and material accumulation, the Draugr legend takes on new relevance. How many of us cling so tightly to our possessions that we lose sight of what truly matters? How many sacrifice relationships, health, even peace of mind in pursuit of wealth that we cannot take with
Okay.
us beyond the grave?
I
Baltic
don't need a lore video preaching at me.
peoples understood that death was not the ultimate tragedy. The ultimate tragedy was allowing our attachments to become so strong that they prevented us from finding peace, even in death.
Okay, buddy.
The Draugr stalks through the northern nights as a reminder that some prisons are of our
Hey,
own making,
dumbbell.
and some chains are forged
Dumbbell,
not
what's
by
up?
our enemies, but by our own desires. Listen to the wind howling through winter darkness.
No.
Feel the cold that penetrates beyond mere
Much work.
physical discomfort.
No.
And remember that somewhere in the northern wastes, bound by ancient spells but never truly destroyed, things that were once human prowl. The boundaries between life and death, teaching the eternal lesson that some hungers can never be satisfied, no matter how much we feed them. Werewolf,
I don't wanna.
the curse of the wolf.
Oh,
There we go. Werewolves.
Poland,
finally.
Eastern Germany, Lithuania. In the vast forests of Eastern Europe, where wolves once ruled as undisputed masters and humans lived in constant fear of howls in the darkness, there arose legends of creatures that bridged the gap between man and beast. The werewolf, known locally as Wilkowak, Vukodlak, or Vilktakis, represents one of humanity's oldest and most primal fears, the beast that lurks within us all. These are not the romanticized shapeshifters of modern fiction, but creatures born of genuine terror and ancient understanding of the thin line separating civilization from savagery. In the folk traditions of Poland and the Baltic states, becoming a werewolf was both curse and revelation, a stripping away of human pretense to reveal the predatory nature that society works so hard to conceal. The transformation could occur through various means, each reflecting different aspects of moral and spiritual corruption. Some were cursed by witches for crimes against the innocent. Others were born under specific astrological conditions during a solar eclipse or when the moon was dark and wolves howled in the forest. But the most feared werewolves were those who had chosen their fate, making deliberate pacts with dark forces in exchange for power over the wilderness. Consider the tale of Stefan Kowalski, a Polish nobleman whose estate bordered the...
You guys already know why I'm laughing at it. Monster Inc. Kowalski.
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 Great Białowieża forest in
Hi,
the 16th
Predator.
century. Stefan
Predator,
was
how you
known
doing?
for his cruelty to his serfs, his passion for hunting, and his conviction that the strong had divine right to prey upon the weak. When famine struck his lands, he continued to live in luxury while his peasants starved, justifying their suffering as the natural order of things. The transformation began during a particularly harsh winter hunt. Stefan and his party had been tracking a massive wolf pack that had killed several villagers' livestock. As they pursued the wolves deeper into the primeval forest, Stefan became separated from his companions in a sudden blizzard. Lost and alone, he took shelter in what appeared to be an abandoned cave. But the cave was not empty. In its depths, Stefan encountered something that challenged his understanding of reality. An ancient crone who introduced herself as the Forest Mother, keeper of the old laws that governed the relationship between predator and prey. She offered Stefan a choice: abandon his cruel ways and live as a humble man, or embrace his true nature and become the perfect predator he believed
Irvin.
himself
How
to
you
be.
doing?
Stefan,
Hey, Erwin.
arrogant even in the face of supernatural power, chose transformation. The crone smiled with teeth like broken glass and spoke a single word in a language older than Polish, older than Latin, older than any human tongue. Pain beyond description racked Stefan's body as his bones began to stretch and crack. His muscles bulged with unnatural strength and coarse hair sprouted across his skin.
I need to stop cracking these horrible jokes.
But the physical transformation was
bulge.
nothing compared to the
No
mental
more.
change. Stefan felt his human consciousness fragmenting as wolf instincts flooded his mind. The scent of fear, the taste of blood, the irresistible urge to hunt in pack formation. He retained his human intelligence but lost his human morality, becoming a creature of pure predatory cunning. The werewolf Stefan became stood 7 feet tall on his hind legs, covered in black fur that seemed to absorb moonlight. His jaws could crack bones like twigs, his claws could shred armor, and his howl could be heard for miles across the forest. Most terrifying of all, he retained the ability to speak, using human language to mock his victims and revel in their terror. His hunting pattern revealed the twisted logic of his transformation. Stefan targeted those who reminded him of his former human weaknesses, the wealthy who abused their power, the strong who preyed upon the weak, the cruel who showed no mercy to those beneath them. In his werewolf form, he became the ultimate expression of the very callousness he had embodied as a human. The countryside lived in terror for 3 years as Stefan's pack, for he had infected others with his curse, hunted throughout the region. They showed intelligence that surpassed ordinary wolves, setting elaborate traps for their human prey and coordinating attacks with military precision. Witnesses reported seeing the werewolves walking upright through villages at night, their eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence as they selected their victims. Father Matthias, the local priest, recognized that conventional weapons would be useless against such creatures.
What program am I using? Clip Studio. Clip Studio Paint EX.
Yeah.
Drawing upon both Christian theology and older folk wisdom, he discovered that werewolves, despite their supernatural strength, retained certain human vulnerabilities. Silver could wound them because it was sacred to the moon goddess who governed their transformations. Iron, blessed by church bells, could bind them because it connected to the industrial power that was slowly taming the wilderness. The confrontation came during the winter solstice, when Stefan's power would be at its peak, but his human consciousness at its weakest. Father Matthias led a party of volunteers into the Białowieża forest, armed with silver-tipped spears and iron nets blessed with holy water. They tracked the werewolf pack to a clearing where ancient standing stones marked a place of power predating Christianity. The battle was savage and brief. Stefan's pack fought with inhuman ferocity, but they had grown overconfident in their supernatural advantages. The blessed weapons proved effective, wounding creatures that had seemed invulnerable. More importantly, Father Matthias understood that the werewolves' greatest strength, their
Okay, not to be that guy, but like, sounds to me like Father Matthias needs to shut the fuck up. Right?
It's kind of, yeah.
Like, he's doing everything wrong. To me, sounds like Father Matthias, like, needs to shut the fuck up a little bit. What you doing, broski?
To mind his own business.
Yeah, mind your goddamn business.
pack loyalty could become their weakness. When Stefan was finally cornered, pierced through the heart with a silver spear, his transformation reversed with agonizing slowness. As he lay dying, his human form restored, he spoke his final words. "You think you have won, priest?
Yes.
Look around you.
Oh, a little bit.
Every man here carries the wolf within. I simply had the courage to let it free." His prophecy proved partially true. Several of the men who had fought the werewolves reported strange dreams in the following months. Visions of running through forests on 4 legs, tasting blood, feeling the wild freedom that Stefan had embraced. Some claimed to have found their own clothing torn and bloody after nights they couldn't remember. The werewolf's curse, it seemed, was not entirely contained within his bloodline. The werewolf tradition in Eastern European folklore serves as a complex metaphor for the relationship between civilization and savagery. Unlike Western European werewolf legends, which often emphasize the tragic nature of the transformation, Slavic werewolf stories frequently suggested that the curse revealed rather than created the beast within. In Stefan's tale, we see the uncomfortable truth that the capacity for cruelty exists within all humans, and that the structures of civilization exist not to express our better nature, but to restrain our worse impulses. The werewolf becomes a cautionary figure, showing what happens when power is divorced from empathy, when strength is used to prey upon the weak. The forests of Eastern Europe have been largely tamed in the centuries since these legends arose, but the psychological truths they encode remain relevant. In every generation, we see individuals who seem to lose their humanity, who prey upon others with an intensity that suggests something beyond mere moral failure. The werewolf legend reminds us that the line between human and beast is not as clear as we might hope. On nights when the moon is full and the wind carries howls through the darkness, remember Stefan's transformation. Consider how thin the veneer of civilization really is, how quickly it can be stripped away when we convince ourselves that our desires justify any action. The werewolf stalks through our collective nightmares not as an external threat, but as a reflection of our own capacity for monstrous behavior. In the great forests of Poland, they still tell stories of shapes moving between the trees, of eyes that reflect firelight with too much intelligence, of howls that sound almost like human laughter. Whether these are actual werewolves or simply the echoes of ancient fears, they serve the same purpose, reminding us that some hungers, once awakened, can never be fully satisfied, and some transformations can never be completely reversed. Poltergeist, the noisy spirits, German-Czech border or Austria. Our final tale brings us to perhaps the most unsettling of all supernatural phenomena, not because it threatens physical harm, but because it violates the very sanctuary of home itself. The poltergeist, whose name literally means noisy spirit in German, represents chaos incarnate, the force that turns familiar spaces into landscapes of inexplicable
Trying
terror.
to find my tattoo
Unlike
pattern.
ghosts, which typically manifest
Use
as
this
visual
one.
apparitions with
Hey,
clear
Sniffly, how you
purposes, poltergeists announce themselves through disturbances
Sniffly.
that defy rational explanation. Objects fly through the air
Can't
without
find my
being
tattoo
touched.
pattern, and it's driving me crazy. Oh, I found it. Never mind.
Furniture
shut up.
rearranges itself in impossible configurations,
Got it.
and sounds
Yeah, I
echo
found
through
it.
houses that seem to come from within the very walls themselves. In the autumn of 1612, the prosperous household of Master Johann
Night,
Brenner,
Kyrian.
a clockmaker in the Bohemian town
Night,
of Český
Kyrian.
Krumlov,
Whoops, I mean,
became
enjoy your
the
dinner. My
epicenter
bad.
of phenomena
Enjoy your dinner,
so
Kyrian.
disturbing that they attracted the attention of scholars from Prague and investigators from the Holy Roman Court. What began as minor annoyances, doors creaking when no wind stirred, the sound of footsteps in empty rooms, escalated into a reign of
Hey, Puck, how you
supernatural
doing?
terror that would test the faith and
Stop
sanity.
right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Happy spooky season.
Aw, thank you so much, Lucian.
Yeah, thank you for the support, brother.
Happy spooky season to you too.
Yeah, happy spooky season.
Lifu, did you make the brush for the arm tattoo or is it included in the program? I did not make the brush. I'm using a free brush. I just altered it. That's about it. Clip Studio gives you all the equipment to pre-make your own brushes. So that's one of the reasons why I keep on telling everyone, just use Clip Studio.
Yeah.
And super cheap too.
Of everyone involved.
Yeah, Lucian, thank you so
The
much.
disturbances centered around Johann's 14-year-old daughter, Greta, though she claimed no awareness of any connection to the strange events. It began with her needlework. Threads that knotted themselves, fabric that tore without cause, needles that bent into impossible shapes overnight. Johann, a practical man accustomed to the precision of clockwork, initially blamed his daughter's carelessness. But the phenomena quickly expanded beyond anything that could be attributed to human error. Plates shattered spontaneously during family meals, sending sharp fragments flying in directions that physics could not explain. The family's carefully crafted clocks began chiming at random intervals, their internal mechanisms found twisted into configurations that should have rendered them inoperable, yet somehow didn't. Most disturbing were the sounds, not random noise, but seemingly purposeful communications. Knocking that responded to questions with mathematical precision. One
Hey, Ten,
knock
what's
for
up?
yes,
Hi,
two for
Tin
no.
Man.
Whispers that seemed to come from inside solid walls, speaking words in languages that no one in the household recognized. The voice of what sounded like a young child, giggling and calling Greta's name at all hours of the night. Father Benedict, the local priest, initially approached the situation with skepticism born of theological training. He suspected trickery, perhaps designed to avoid arranged marriage or escape unwanted responsibilities. But his certainty crumbled during his first night in the Brenner household, when he witnessed phenomena that challenged not only his understanding of the natural world, but his faith in divine protection. As Father
Still
Benedict
issue.
attempted to bless the
Yeah,
house,
quite a bit,
the very
huh?
religious objects he carried became weapons turned against him. His crucifix grew burning hot in his hands, forcing him to drop it. Holy water boiled in its container, producing steam that formed shapes resembling writhing serpents. Most shocking of all, the words of Latin prayers seemed to emerge from his mouth backward, as if some force was intercepting and reversing his sacred speech. The poltergeist's intelligence became evident through its responses to different attempts at communication. When scholars arrived with scientific instruments, primitive by modern standards but advanced for the early 17th century, the entity seemed to understand their purpose and began manipulating their measurements in ways that suggested not malevolence but mischievous intelligence. Dr. Marcus Leibniz, a natural philosopher from Prague, documented experiments in which the poltergeist would consistently interfere with mechanical devices while leaving organic materials untouched. Clocks stopped or ran backward, compass needles spun wildly, but candles burned normally and food remained unspoiled. The entity appeared to have a specific affinity for objects requiring precision and order, perhaps reflecting some deeper connection to the clockmaker's trade that had originally attracted its attention. Greta herself remained the eye of this supernatural storm, seemingly unaware of her role in the phenomenon, yet clearly its focal point. Modern researchers might recognize symptoms of adolescent psychological stress, but 17th century observers saw something more mysterious. During the height of the disturbances, witnesses reported that Greta's shadow moved independently of her body, that her reflection in mirrors sometimes showed her performing actions she wasn't actually making. The most terrifying incident occurred during a formal investigation conducted by representatives of the imperial court. As they interviewed Greta in the family's main room, documenting each question and response.
Hi, Crimson. How you doing?
Hey, Crimson. Hey, Jason.
Hi, Jason. How you doing? No towel lore today? No towel lore today.
No, none.
Speaking of towel, I'm making me some coffee. Tired. It
Okay, hold on.
was a long day.
The poltergeist began throwing objects with increasing violence. But the trajectory of these projectiles revealed disturbing intelligence. They never struck Greta directly, always missing her by inches.
Made another sticker or emote for the community. You guys can go check it out after stream if you like. I'm curious right now. I'm very curious right now. Oh, I love it. Oh, it's a foo-foo sticker. Wait, hold on. Trying to figure out how to show it. Oh, I love it. Foo-foo sticker. Honestly, yes. That's how I see you guys. Wanna see it? I love it. That's awesome.
As if the entity was careful not to harm the person it had bonded with. Then came the moment that convinced even the most skeptical observers of the supernatural.
I do feel like I'm forgetting something. Like the details of my model. Maybe it's the chain that's throwing me off. Poltergeist was a great movie. I don't think I watched it. No, wait, hold on. I think I watched it. I think I just didn't really like it, so I kind of forgot about it. I don't know. It was like whatever.
Nature of these events. As the investigators pressed Greta
chain is
with
a lot better
increasingly
now.
aggressive questions about her possible role in the phenomena, every clock in the house began chiming simultaneously. Not in unison, but in a complex pattern that spelled out words in the old Morse-like code used by town criers. The message was clear and chilling. She is mine now. Leave her alone.
No.
The resolution came not through exorcism or scientific intervention, but through understanding. Father Benedict, working with local wise women who remembered pre-Christian traditions, realized that the poltergeist was not an evil spirit, but a lost soul seeking connection. Through careful questioning using the entity's knocking code, they learned its story. A young apprentice clockmaker who had died in the workshop decades earlier, crushed by falling machinery, his spirit trapped in the liminal space between life and death. The apprentice's ghost had been drawn to Greta because her presence in the workshop, where she often helped her father, reminded him of the human connection he had lost. His manifestations were not attacks, but attempts at communication, growing more violent only when he felt ignored or threatened with separation from the family that had become his anchor to the world of the living. The final ceremony combined Christian ritual with older traditions of honoring the restless dead. They created a memorial for the dead apprentice in the workshop, acknowledging his contributions to the craft and his right to be remembered. They spoke his name with respect, honored his skill, and promised that his
Hi,
work would not be
Goa. How you
forgotten.
doing?
As the memorial service concluded, the supernatural
No, the creepy stories will be doing the week of Halloween. That's when we'll be doing like this creepy, like macabre stuff.
disturbances ceased as suddenly as they had begun. The clocks returned to normal operation, objects remained where they were placed, and the oppressive atmosphere that had haunted the house for months lifted like fog before sunrise. Greta reported one final communication, a sense of gratitude and relief, as if a burden she hadn't known she was carrying had been removed. The Brenner poltergeist case became one of the most thoroughly documented supernatural events of the early modern period, influencing both religious and scientific approaches to unexplained phenomena. It demonstrated that poltergeists, unlike malevolent spirits, often sought not to harm but to communicate, using the only means available to entities trapped between worlds. Modern psychology might explain poltergeist phenomena through unconscious psychokinesis, the theory that extreme emotional states, particularly in adolescence, can manifest as physical disturbances in the environment. But the Brenner case suggests something more complex, an interaction between human consciousness and forces that exist beyond our current understanding of reality. The poltergeist reminds us that homes are more than physical structures. They are repositories of memory, emotion, and spiritual energy. When we live in spaces where intense experiences have occurred, we may find ourselves sharing that space with echoes of the past, presences that seek acknowledgement rather than elimination. Tonight, as you settle into your own home, pay attention to the small sounds around you.
Or,
The
you know,
settling
just
of
don't.
floorboards, the whisper of wind through gaps in windows, the distant creaking that you've learned to ignore. Most are simply the natural sounds of a living
I remember reading this like book on like supernatural stuff, and like the key is the less you pay attention to it, the more they're gonna leave you the fuck alone. So if you start paying attention to it, that's when it's like automatically game fucking over. So you just have to not pay attention to shit. Then you're safe.
structure adapting to changes in temperature and humidity. But sometimes, just sometimes, those sounds might be something more, a presence seeking not to frighten, but to be remembered, to be acknowledged, to find peace in the simple recognition that once, long ago, someone else called this place home. And so our journey through the shadowlands of Eastern Europe concludes, but the echoes of these ancient tales continue to resonate through the corridors of our collective unconscious. We have walked with vampires and werewolves, danced with storm spirits and forest guardians, glimpsed the terrible faces that peer back at us from the dark mirrors of folklore and legend. What have we learned from these?
Oh wait, I didn't see this message. Cool. Maybe I'll try to draw one of my characters and check how after the brushes. Yeah, just make sure to check out the brushes and clips. Like I said, there's a lot of free brushes, and they're really good. Ostrich policy can bite you in the butt too. It can, but like there's like a rule with like supernatural. The more you're trying to go after it, the more you're gonna get anally fucked. It's just a rule. I wonder how this applies in today's climate though. Oh, that was you? With homes being bought and torn down for modern disasters, how do these spirits handle that question? I never see answer. Did you guys know that there's like never horror movies with like new age ghosts? I'm just saying.
Yo, that's crazy.
If there's a ghost, it's always some Victorian child.
Voyages into the Gothic imagination.
Oh yeah, next one. Now we finally will get into the vampires.
Finally.
The true origin of vampires. Creepy.
Tales of vampires are quite popular in modern times, and never is that more true than as the season draws near to Samhain, aka Halloween. They are often presented more as exotic than terrifying.
Ew, get
And
this
this
off
portrayal
of my
has its
screen.
origins in the 19th century tales, most especially Bram Stoker's Dracula, which presents a vampire as an intelligent, seductive creature that might lure men or women to destruction through their wiles. Dracula is able to live the life of a Transylvanian lord.
Modern houses look horrible, so ghosts just move on. That's a good one.
While being a vampire. But where do these 19th century stories of Dracula and vampires come from? Were titillating stories of these Romanian vampires literary inventions? Or do they have a more ancient origin? Scouring tombs and tomes of medieval and ancient Europe, I will attempt to find the true origin of the vampire. Hi friends, I'm Kevin McLean. Don't forget to like,
Hi, Kevin
subscribe,
McLean.
and consider supporting the
How you
channel
doing?
through Patreon
How
or
you
PayPal.
doing?
1,000 thanks to all of my supporters. Bram Stoker, a great Irish writer, is most famous for popularizing
Wait, Bram
the more
Stoker was
modern conception.
Irish?
Cooked.
I didn't know. I didn't know he was Irish. I kind of feel lied to now. Not gonna lie. I don't even know why, but I feel lied to. I didn't know he was Irish.
Of the vampire, with his depiction of Dracula, making very tenuous connections to Vlad the Impaler. The reality is that Bram Stoker's Dracula was based almost entirely on Bram's own imagination, not
Yeah,
any
he
historical
was a
figure.
writer.
Bram had spent
He was a
extensive
story
amounts of
writer.
time studying Eastern European folklore in preparation for writing his novel. Many texts had been circulating Europe since the 17th century.
It's not like people are walking around being like, "Oh, you know this historian researcher Bram Stoker." Like, no.
Dealing with the question of
They're
vampires,
like, who you?
with even the famous philosopher Voltaire weighing in on the existence of the creatures. John Polidori, an English writer, released one of the first influential works of fiction on the question with his novel
Lifu sounding British because the guy was Irish. The fuck you mean?
Yeah, that's crazy.
The fuck happened?
Let the Vampire,
Blah.
released in 18...
Wait, did he just say blah the vampire? Like blah the vamp? If I would be a vampire, I would bite him so hard.
19. The vampire in his work is named Lord Ruthven, and he seems to have been a strong basis
Hi,
for
Himbo.
Bram
How you
Stoker's
doing?
Dracula.
Hey, Himbo, what's
In
up?
The Vampire, however, much of the drama takes place in Greece rather than Transylvania. They both picture the vampire as seductive, elite, and intelligent, with a great desire to corrupt people before killing them. However, Stoker incorporates more folkloric elements into his tale and brings up the matter of God and of evil, which Polidori strangely ignores. But one interesting aspect seems to be that he incorporates the genuine idea found in Greek and Romanian folklore that the vampire in fact starts off as mortal and is therefore more akin to a witch or sorcerer. But for those of Central and Eastern Europe, at least during the Middle Ages and into the early modern period, vampires were not some interesting characters in fantasy or folklore, but were very real, at least in the minds of the people of the time. To really begin this investigation into the origin
I'm late. I don't know if it's been stated yet, but the best ever depiction of werewolves was in the Van Helsing movie. No, it was already stated. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was already stated.
of vampires
Multiple
and the tales that inspired writers like Bram Stoker, it's best to start with the word itself. Vampire, specifically an owl. And so both of these, although different words, likely come from a very similar origin. We can compare this to the similar Volkula in English, meaning the werewolf, from Volk, meaning wolf, and Dolk, meaning a pelt or hair, so wolf pelt or wolf fur. A slightly different construction, but with exactly the same meaning as Germanic werewolf, showing that this idea had an Indo-European root. In contrast, the vampire appears to be linked to sorcery and witchcraft. In some European cultures at least, a similar shared idea may have existed about a creature that took the form of a deadly nighttime bird. One important concept about the vampire in
I fucking
several
knew it. Fuck every single bird. I knew it.
iterations
The
is that
fault.
it consumes human blood or human flesh. Our most ancient sources that deal with the dead's need for blood is none other than Homer. In the Odyssey, Odysseus must travel to the land of the dead to obtain knowledge from the deceased seer, Tiresias. He likewise speaks to the ghost of his mother, Achilles, and Agamemnon. Before speaking to him, they must be allowed to drink the blood of a goat he has emptied into a pit. The blood gives strength to the spirits to recall their life and to speak with him, and they greatly desire it. It is in fact the blood which draws them there, like moths to a flame. Only Tiresias is able to recognize him and speak before drinking the blood, due to his exceptional abilities. The vampire likewise must consume blood to maintain its strength.
You're a bird.
This was not only a literary practice. Chthonic blood sacrifices were occasionally made to dead heroes, typically at the site of their graves at night. There was a widespread belief across ancient
Okay, first of all, no, there was a penis. A micro one, but still. The reason why the notification is I'm a bird, motherfucker, I'm a bird. So that way, whenever there's a new person subscribing or following, I know all bets are off. You're telling me you're a bird, that means I can fight you. It's like a proclamation of step up.
sometimes thought to be symbolic. But if we look at the ancient beliefs and folklore that comes down to us, even from much later times, it's very likely that this food had a real purpose intended for consumption by the deceased person or their spirit. Romans would later leave cakes, grains, or give milk to deceased relatives,
Milk?
and it was thought their spirits were nourished in some way by these offerings. In some more
Why would a spirit
extreme
need
examples, there are holes bored through stones that cover the entrance to some tombs. In Ireland, we know from medieval accounts that sometimes food was actually passed through these holes as offerings to the dead within. From this general idea of pacifying the hunger of the dead, we don't have far to go to understand the origin of the vampire. The hungry dead were feared, for if not placated, they may decide to roam from their resting places and find something to eat. While the scene from the Odyssey concerns spirits,
YouTube is being
though
silly again.
exactly
God
how
damn
spirits
it.
can consume blood is something of a mystery. There are figures
that
like
micro
the
penis
Norse
that flashed?
Draugr and various scenes from Gaelic
Brother?
tales, which show the belief that the corpse itself rises and walks again. They dwell in barrows, and they have the potential to leave them. Like vampires, the Draugr can shapeshift, often into the form of a seal. They are able to enter people's dreams and prefer the night, though are not harmed by the daylight, and we will see neither are vampires. To destroy the Draugr sometimes requires it to be wrestled back to its grave or to be beheaded, as found in many later vampire tales. They were conscious, intelligent beings, not zombies, but they were attached to the physical corpse of a dead person. How ancient some of these beliefs are is impossible to say, but we do know with certainty that they, at the very least, predate any written records, and may even shape burial practice. Why is it that many were kept in sealed tombs beneath stones? Status certainly played a role, but the nature of the burial also serves as a type of prison for the corpse, more secure than simply earth. Sometimes strange practices have been uncovered, such as people buried face down, bound, or with heavy stones placed upon them, or even jammed into their mouth after death, showing a fear that these dead bodies may still pose some kind of threat. Roman and Greek sources say that Germanic and Celtic people used to go to the grave mounds in order to commune with the dead. They would sleep upon the mounds and receive dreams or visions from dead persons interred within, something reflected in some of the Old Norse sagas. The god Odin also communicates with the dead seers to obtain prophecy, for just like in the tale of Odysseus, the dead possess greater knowledge of things that have been and things that have yet come to pass. The dead possess great knowledge, and so the highly intelligent vampire is not an anomaly, but in keeping with similar beings across Europe. The oldest Samhain or Halloween tale known from Ireland is that of Nera, who is dared to go in the middle of the night and put a loop around the foot of one of the hanged men who are still swinging from a tree outside.
Why would you
Criminals
loop?
Why would you
executed
do
likely
that?
as part of a ritual
like,
sacrifice held the day before. Agreeing to the challenge, he does this, but the dead man speaks to him, demanding that he be carried to a nearby house for a drink. Nera has no choice but to comply, and when the dead man reaches the house,
They basically fuck
he
around and
drinks
find out.
from all the buckets of water and slop that is within. Then he spits it into the mouths of the sleeping people inside, killing them with the drops of water from his lips. The tale says
So
this
literally
is
fucked
why
around
one
and
should
found out.
never keep basins of water, slop, pails, or fire without sparing once you have gone to sleep, for the walking dead may well enter your house and use it to kill you. Unfortunately, there isn't much we can do with modern toilet design.
I can
Maybe
starve.
ensure you close the lid on that thing
Again,
before
Starwind.
sleep, especially on Samhain. With Draugr and the Gaelic revenants, there is a sense that they spread disease and sickness, death perhaps linked to the corruption and uncleanliness of the dead. Knowledge of
Yep.
germs is modern, but ancient peoples were aware that unclean things were associated with sickness and death, and various ritual practices also came to express this. The idea of purifying oneself from wrongdoings is often carried out with some type of physical cleansing ritual in pagan traditions. Even in Christianity, the baptism with water symbolizes this ritual cleansing, which removes one's sins. Evil manifested in various forms spread disease. Sickness often became worse at night, in the dark. Flu season begins with the onset of winter and
They get
longer
trapped on
periods
wind.
of darkness. Crops die off in the winter. The sun loses its strength in the winter. And so all of these things get linked and form the basis of a dualistic notion of the cosmic cycle. Though the vampire may have had similarities to these other European undead beings, they also had their particularities. The Greek name for the vampire is Vrikolakas, but this is not Greek in origin but Slavic. But it doesn't actually mean vampire. Vrikolakas has the same origin as Volkolak. It means werewolf, not vampire. Confused? In some Slavic regions, like Croatia,
asking,
the
or
word
is he
is
saying
also
that we're
used to
supposed to be
refer to a
confused?
vampire. This is likely due to a similarity between both, which we postulated earlier when looking at the etymology. One figure associated with owls and flight, and another with wolves. In later times, in some places, these separate figures become one, or mixed and matched. This shows up in some vampire literature where vampires are said to also transform into wolves and bats, effectively combining both werewolf and vampire into a single creature. The Greek vampire also does not drink blood specifically, but will devour human flesh. They
A
also
zombie.
appear linked to the spread of disease or plague, unexplained ailments, or sudden death, as in
Like, am I
fact many
tripping, or is it just a
vampires
zombie
are.
then?
Historical accounts of vampires from Moravia, now part of the Czech Republic,
I mean, technically,
say that they might appear
vampires
to
are
people
undead.
they knew in life shortly after their death, and the person who saw them would die within a few days. If their bodies were dug up, they would still appear soft, colorful, and undecayed, but would smell terrible. If someone was suspected of being a vampire, the body was dug up, examined, and if they were undecayed, they would be beheaded, staked through the heart, and then burned.
Those are all nicknames for Target. Okay.
Such accounts are also related in Hungary and Romania. In one case, the victim's father, who had been dead for 10 years, sat down at the table with him, and he was dead the next day. The body of the father was exhumed and found to be in perfect condition, with blood like that of a living man. The corpse was beheaded. In another case, a man rose up after being dead 30 years and killed his brother's son, and their servant by drinking their blood from the neck, which killed them on the spot. This vampire was ended with a spike through the temple. From the region of Transylvania, the historical accounts say that vampires could drain the blood of the living like leeches and fill themselves on it, until they were so full that the blood would pour from their eyes and seep from the pores of their skin, making them absolutely bloated with blood. Sometimes those who have been sucked by a vampire will also be
So these are like the first records of vampires. How did we get to a point where like vampires are so heavily sexualized then?
No idea.
What happened?
become a vampire in death, although that is not guaranteed. At least one individual hoped to cure himself from vampirism by eating the dirt of the vampire's grave, but to no avail. He still became a vampire after death. He was staked through the heart and let out a terrible scream, and then his head was cut off and the entire body consumed by fire. In the 16th and 17th century, they began to perform this upon anyone who died whom it was suspected may turn into a vampire, so that they might put an end to the vicious cycle. When a few years later a young girl died of vampirism and cited
Where did we get to a point with the vampire sparkle?
What happened? What happened to us, guys?
Bram Stoker, but yeah, no, we already watched like a part on Bram Stoker. Did you guys know he's Irish? Am I the only one who didn't know he's Irish? Those who are what by vampires suck.
seeing the dead child of a local man. It was found that they hadn't considered that if someone consumed the meat of a cow which had died of vampirism, they would also become a vampire. The body was dug up, found to show all the signs of vampirism, and was beheaded, staked, and burned. Then they dug up 40 other bodies, 17 of which showed signs of vampirism, and carried out the remedy. These actions in Romania were all done under the law, with judicial sanction. Laws on the books in the region laid out legal procedures for dealing with vampires, and professionals did exist that specialized in it, what we might call vampire hunters. For the situation gets more complicated even once living vampires get into the picture. The strigoi does not only refer to an undead vampire, but also to a living witch or sorcerer,
Wait, is he
some of whom at
just going
least
to
send
right
out their
past the
spirits
vampire
during
cows?
the night
Yes.
to drink blood,
Yeah.
though most often associated with
He's
Romania.
just gonna ignore vampire cows.
As you should.
I never even heard about vampire cows.
The strigoi are also known in many other Romance languages. Striga in French refers to a bird woman who sucks blood. The stregonine in Italian refers
Fucking
to
knew
a
it.
witch or sorcerer. Greek has strix.
Fucking
The name
birds.
is even found in Polish, which must have been borrowed from a Latin-based language sometime in the Middle Ages, and refers to what is usually a female demon or vampire-like creature. But it was the Romanian strigoi and its specific myths that Bram Stoker most utilized for Dracula. He used the name vampire, because it was a more well-known term in English, and because in many places there wasn't much, if any, difference between a strigoi and a vampire, with the terms often being used interchangeably. However, there does appear to be several differences. In many cases, except in Romania, the strigoi is more often female and refers specifically to a witch, while vampires in many Slavic regions do not specifically drink blood, consuming human flesh instead, or simply killing the victim without touching them at all, something common to all vampire tales. The specific drinking of blood, or drinking of blood from the neck, is something recorded in a minority of tales. When the witch or sorcerer strigoi dies, they would reanimate and become even more powerful, but someone might become a strigoi in a number of ways, though through an unholy life, through improper burial practice, through a curse, and of course by having their blood sucked by another strigoi in many cases, or by being killed or coming in contact with a strigoi. Male vampires in Balkan countries were also thought to seek out the love of women, motivated by strong sexual desire, a theme that comes up in Dracula and even earlier fictional vampire tales. The union of vampire and mortal woman could actually result in children, who would become a dampir, who some thought would gain certain abilities of vampires without becoming one. In Romania there are likewise the moroi, children of the strigoi with normal women. They would be born hideous and with a great amount of hair. The full extent of the powers of the real tales of the vampire shift a little over time and depends on the region. However, one thing you can be sure about: if you find yourself under attack by a real vampire, daylight is unlikely to save you. The vampire generally has a preference for night, but there is nothing to stop it.
If you ever find yourself attacked by a real vampire, just wake up and remember that there is no such thing.
Yeah.
From appearing at high noon or walking in and sitting down at your breakfast table uninvited, perhaps making you its meal. They could take many different forms, but they varied widely in their intelligence, with some being very smart and others being more like drones. Often people are made ill or die from vampires without the creature even touching them or draining their blood. Simply seeing the thing is enough. It's sort of like foretelling one's death. However, unless you are related to a vampire, you are not nearly as likely to be attacked by one. Because in the surviving accounts, they generally went after family members,
note yourself,
often
don't be
those
related to one.
closest to them. The vampire is also prone to a strange OCD-type behavior found in other beliefs about the dead. So if one fills the grave with many pebbles or other small objects, they would be forced to count them. Iron could ward them off as well, as it does with fairies and the Gaelic Sidhe. Garlic, of course, is a staple, and will provide a shield of scented protection, and big stakes to trap the dead beneath the earth are always a good idea. One thing that I do not believe was ever fully worked out, however, is if the vampire truly rose from its grave, the soil would clearly be disturbed. How the vampire gets out and then returns to its grave again is very mysterious. This led to some postulating that they took the form of mist to get into and out of their graves. All of these curious abilities make the vampire something between a ghost and a ghoul. It isn't entirely physical, and yet at the same time it is physical. This point was one avenue of criticism that skeptical church officials and scholars used to try and debunk the obsession with vampires that exploded in the 17th and 18th century. The Catholic Church at the time seems to have largely denied the existence of vampires, calling the belief in them pagan superstition. In my own view, it seems that the idea of the vampire becomes conflated in some cases with the idea of a witch, establishing some unique characteristics but largely being influenced by the Slavic vampire. Romania is nestled among Slavic speakers and was ruled by various Slavic groups from time to time. Vlad the Impaler often brought
Hi,
into
J-Dog.
connection
How
with
you
Dracula
doing?
is a good example
Hey,
of
J-Dog,
this,
what's up, man?
because his name Vladimir is clearly of Slavic origin, as are many other Romanian names. But the Strigoi, although their name originates from Roman Strix, linked to the murderous witch and the ill-omened owl, but this has been combined with the Slavic undead vampire, which was perhaps earlier on much more like the Norse Draugr and other such beings in European myth. And I think at least some of the deaths attributed to vampires appear more likely to have been caused by diseases. But why were people suddenly obsessed with vampires at this period of time? Because this was an exceptional circumstance. My hypothesis of why there was suddenly in medieval Europe this obsession about vampires had to do with the hungry dead. And that is that the dead were no longer being fed. People used to routinely leave offerings to their ancestors. They would visit their grave sites, pour libations for them, leave them small cakes or other things. But the church did away with these practices. Practices that had gone on in European peoples for thousands of years. And this cultural change might have caused great anxiety about the state of the dead and about how the dead thought about and would treat the living. And this is in fact why the dead always appeared to the relatives, because it is those loved ones who felt a kind of fear, trepidation, guilt even, so that the dead were not able to rest in peace, at least in the
Okay, no,
minds
that
of their
tracks.
loved ones.
Yeah.
Many people were
guilt.
convinced in the reality of vampires, so much so
all
that
it
they would
was.
dig up the graves of their relatives,
Mass
cut off their
hysteria
heads,
of guilt.
drive
Yeah,
stakes through
that
them.
tracks.
It is a gruesome task which someone isn't going to undertake easily. Some believe that the idea of the vampire began with people being buried alive. It is also the case that when people die or are killed on battlefields, their nerves and the contraction of muscles can sometimes cause them to sit up or move slightly. Something terrifying to witness, very likely connected to the idea of the walking dead. Perhaps there are some vampires out there, but likely the majority of these past cases were the result of an idea
Yeah, you
and
said,
conviction
oh.
that spread among people far
I don't
more than
think
vampirism itself.
it will cause
They
them to sit
became
up.
obsessed with
But
this
okay.
idea. It is a frightening warning about how far everyday people are willing to go to enforce an idea, dogma, belief, or ideology which has taken hold of their mind. Time and modernity has not made man more rational thinkers,
Oh,
but rather
100%
that he
not.
cloaks irrational beliefs in the guise of science or progress or any number of other things which he treats no differently in practice than those who dug up the graves of their fathers to cut their heads off and prevent another vampire attack.
People still do that.
But what do you think? Are the
Digging up
vampire
graves
legends
and
true?
all that stuff.
Let me know in the comments
Grave
below,
diggers.
and be sure to share your
No,
vampire
no. I mean, they dig up graves to behead the corpse just in case. People still do that.
Really?
Yeah.
That I didn't know.
Okay, time for the werewolf origin.
Werewolves. You hear the word, and your mind probably jumps to full moons, silver
No.
bullets, and snarling beasts tearing through the night. But long before Hollywood gave us tragic anti-heroes and spine-cracking transformation scenes, the idea
AI?
of humans becoming wolves, or
Bruh.
something close to them, was already
I went to like the top watched ones. So are all the top watched, like, are all the top videos AI now?
I might be wrong, but it just doesn't sound real. But that's just me.
No, you might be right. But I literally went to like and picked out like the top watched one. Now I'm a little concerned and confused.
Fuck it, we ball. Let's go. We're committed.
Lurking in myths and legends across the globe. And here's the kicker. These stories aren't just about monsters. They dig into something much deeper, something primal. They're about what happens when people lose control, when the civilized mask slips, and the wild, dangerous side of human nature takes over. Some werewolves are cursed. Others wear their transformation like armor, and in certain places, becoming an animal was even seen as a kind of gift. But no matter where the story came from, the fear behind it stayed the same. What happens if the beast inside wins? In a way, they're just reflections of us, of our rage, fears, and instincts, all wrapped up in fur and fangs. With Halloween right around the corner, this second video will wrap up our two-part series on the most iconic monsters out there, this time focusing on werewolves. So how did these shapeshifters evolve from the ancient world into the pop culture icons we know today? Well, that's where things get really interesting.
Yeah, I can hear it now. It's AI.
The origins of werewolf mythology feel like a strange mixture of fear, punishment, and human fascination with the natural world. The Greek myth of King Lycaon might be the most widely known origin of the werewolf, but it's...
You know what's funny about this?
What?
This is also the videos that YouTube itself recommended.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, Kronos.
Hi, Kronos. How you doing?
I like vampires more.
Play this one.
If I were to ask you what a werewolf is,
That's a person.
it is likely that those of you who have never read
Yeah.
the stories or
That's
seen the
100% a
movies
person.
would still be able to tell me the basics. It's someone who can turn into a wolf, something about a full moon, and if you run into a silver bullet, you're dead, right? Not exactly a fountain of knowledge, but these are the things that we all know. Today we're going to examine why werewolves have become such an iconic figure in popular culture, where they originated from, and why it's come to this.
You don't live in the world you think you do.
Oh.
Wait.
No,
Be gone,
that wasn't
dog.
porn. Those are just some modern day werewolves.
I was already scarred by one furry today. For people who subscribe to our Patreon, you know what I'm talking about. I don't need a second furry jump scare today. What is my day? What is my life?
To understand the origins of werewolves, we have to first delve deep into their rich history. Though it is unclear where and when the legend of the werewolf originated from, there are some scholars who believe they first appeared in the Epic of Gilgamesh, when Gilgamesh himself jilted a potential lover because she had turned
Yeah?
Stop.
You deleted all his comments?
I don't know. I think so. Yeah, let me check.
Good job. He's already having a hard time with YouTube. Now you're doing that shit?
It was an accident.
Inspired is already having a rough day today.
It was an accident.
Look at Brony and get a real scare. I'm good.
a previous mate into a wolf. Werewolves also made an appearance in Greek mythology with the legend of Lycaon. Lycaon did not believe that Zeus was an all-seeing god, and decided that he would test him by sacrificing one of his sons and serving him to Zeus for dinner.
Also, I don't think it's even possible for me to finish this today. Like, the drawing. I don't think I'll be able to finish it.
No?
No, there's no shot in hell. All the shading and highlights I'll have to do. There's no way I'll be able to get it done today.
Holy.
Not exactly father of the year, but Lycaon had over 50 children, and it's likely he didn't care much for them. Upon discovering the tainted dish, Zeus was furious with Lycaon and turned him and his sons into wolves. The concept of men becoming wolves or animals has existed for centuries. In the 13th century Icelandic work, the Volsunga Saga, men were shown wearing the skin of wolves in order to fight like them. The Norse berserk warriors charged into battle wearing nothing but the pelts of animals, as they believed this emboldened them. There have been some experts who claim that their behaviour may have been caused by a plant called bog myrtle, one of the main spices used in Scandinavian alcoholic beverages. The berserk warriors being drunk would explain why they were running around almost butt naked in animal fur screaming, or maybe that was just a regular Friday night for a Viking. Most of us have heard of the witch hunts that took place in the 16th century, but the less well-known werewolf hunts took place in the same period.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
Interrogations of werewolves
Breaks the
often
law on my watch.
Is this in preparation for Vampire the Masquerade 2 next week?
No. I actually forgot about it. I did recommend an indie vampire game that's dropping next week. I don't know if you have seen it. I'm planning to maybe not necessarily like stream it, but I am planning to keep an eye out on it since how unhappy people are about the Masquerade game. Who knows? Maybe it's actually gonna be good, right?
Yeah.
Who knows? Thank you so much for the support, Jason.
Thank you for the support, man.
often involved peeling back a person's skin to see what was underneath, as it was a common belief that werewolves turned their skin inside out when in human form. The 16th century saw a rise of people claiming to be werewolves when committing murders and other heinous crimes. In 1589, in the sleepy town of Bedburg, just outside of Cologne, Germany, a man named Peter Stump was executed for cannibalism. Responsible for over a dozen murders, Stump claimed that he was in possession of a belt that allowed him to turn into a wolf. So how does one become a werewolf? Well, if we're going by the earliest literature, then people were turned into werewolves as a form of punishment. If you behave like a beast, then the gods would use lycanthropy to turn you into one. When lycanthropy was used as a punishment, the transformation was almost always permanent. Though there are stories where the offender was turned into a wolf for a number of years, usually 7 or 9, and once they had done their time, they turned back into a human and the
so
curse
like
was
Beauty
lifted.
and the Beast? He was turned into a
In
beast
Norse and
as a
Germanic
punishment.
folklore, becoming a werewolf is not seen as a punishment, it's more of a gift, granting you increased strength and speed. These stories describe a belt made from the skin of a wolf that allows the wearer to become one. In these depictions, the transformation is voluntary and not determined by the phase of the moon, but if the belt is destroyed, the ability to transform disappears. There are other folktales where becoming a werewolf requires the removal of one's clothing. They can only
Ew.
return to their human form once they put on the clothes they were originally wearing. A
That
French
sounds
tale
easy.
written in the 12th century features
Yeah.
a
Put on some
baron
clothes,
named
bruh.
Bisclavret, who vanishes every week for several days. No one, including his wife, knows where he goes. He eventually tells
Check the
his wife his
brothels.
secret, that he is a werewolf and that his clothing is the secret to his transformation.
Check the brothels.
Terrified of what she's just heard, his wife consults with a knight who she happens to be having an affair with, and the two decide to steal the baron's clothes.
Okay.
No. Not like this. How do I arrange my layers? Like an absolute hot potch of a mess here. Literally hot potch of a mess. My layers are trash.
Unable to transform back
That's why I
into
don't
his
show
human
them.
form, the baron does not return. His wife marries the knight, and together they live long, happy lives. Is probably what I would say if this tale did not contain werewolves. The baron eventually returns in his werewolf form, and upon seeing his
remember learning
wife,
this
he
version
bites
of the
her nose
werewolf.
off.
I
She is
never
later
heard of
banished
it.
along with the knight, and their children are cursed to be born without noses. These depictions of werewolves are personally my least favourite. Their reliance on their clothes makes them feel weak and vulnerable.
Or just like take the clothes with you.
In modern depictions, lycanthropy is most commonly shared through the bite or scratch of an existing werewolf. There is an endless list of ways that one can
That's the ones
become
I
a
usually
werewolf.
know.
But a rather common trope that is carried throughout the ages is that committing an unspeakable
I don't know. I really want to hear about that. Son of a bitch. You're not gonna let it go, are you?
Never.
Let me find like the shittiest AI video.
About the cows.
Yeah. Lifu, brothels, author. The wife is cheating. Lifu, no. Bro, there's no video on it. What do you want me to do? There's literally no videos on it.
Cooked.
There's like only like AI ones that make the cow look like a vampire. That's it. There's no video on it. Funny part, hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
act will curse one with lycanthropy, the taking of an innocent life being the most common. There are also those who are unlucky enough to be born a werewolf. If we take a look at Terry Pratchett's book series Discworld, we can see that werewolves
Yes! Finally, someone acknowledges Terry Pratchett.
I think a lot of people do though.
Hellcow is a Marvel character. I strangle him.
are shown to be their own race, much like goblins and dwarves.
Could you be lunch?
How was I to know the City Watcher's finest
Okay, we do not talk about the book, the movies. The movies never existed.
sergeant was a werewolf?
The
It's
full
a
moon
BBC
being required
movies.
for a werewolf to transform is something that we see a lot less nowadays, as it's become pretty common for werewolves to transform when and where they please. The transformation process itself has changed drastically throughout the years.
It blacked out. Yeah.
You guys see this shit?
Of a confusing mix of both
Watch.
monster and man.
What the fuck is this?
Hey yo.
When the dog decides to path you instead. Holy. Did the internet die again? I don't fucking know. I hope not. Oh my god, it might be. Like, the YouTube stream is buffering. Bro, I just want to do a chill art stream. Come on.
Yeah.
So annoying. Like, am I not allowed to do a chill art stream anymore?
It's not very cash money.
It really isn't. They already sucks. Ugh.
Maintaining
Hi,
some
Aaron,
of their
how you
human
doing?
features when they transform makes it much easier for us as the audience to be able to relate to the werewolf, as we can see the conflict between their humanity and the primal instinct of the wolf. We often see werewolves who struggle to accept or even control their lycanthropy, and it's because of this redeeming feature that the audience feels compassion towards them. On the other hand, you have franchises like Underworld, where it's an all-out war between werewolves and vampires, and you have these huge hulking alpha wolves which we have no attachment to whatsoever, but it works perfectly fine in their universe. So we've established that the appearance of the werewolf depends on context, and despite which one you may prefer, you can argue that they all have their place. Except these ones. So how does one end the werewolf curse? The simplest way to end the curse is to die. The only downside to this option, of course, is that you're dead, which kinda sucks, I guess. There are those who believe that a potion made from wolfsbane can cure lycanthropy, but wolfsbane is also poisonous to werewolves, so take too much, and you're dead, which we've already established is bad.
You dead.
Calling a werewolf by their birth name while they're a wolf can cure them. This is personally my least favourite of all the cures, as it just seems way too easy.
Hey, Vinny.
Hi,
A
Vinny.
much more believable cure for someone who's been turned is to kill the werewolf that turned them. There are also many people who just believe there is no cure. So this leads us into the methods of killing a werewolf. Surprisingly enough, things that would kill a human will also kill a werewolf. The problem lies within getting close enough to do so. Werewolves are able to regenerate, so if you do not kill them quickly, it is unlikely that you will kill them at all. It is widely believed that werewolves have a strong aversion towards silver, and a silver bullet to the heart or removing their head with a silver blade will kill them. We've already mentioned that wolfsbane is like poison to a werewolf. This serves as a good way to slow down and immobilize a werewolf, and in large amounts or injected directly into their heart, wolfsbane can kill a werewolf. The easiest way to kill a werewolf is to find them when they're in their human form, as this is when they are at their most vulnerable. However, with werewolves being able to transform whenever they please, this may not be the case anymore. When a werewolf does eventually die, their corpse will often return to their human form. So we've arrived at our final question. Why are werewolves so popular? Sex appeal. Yep,
Why?
I said it.
What?
Werewolves are strong, assertive, rugged, alpha male type characters who we find attractive,
Are they though?
and most men aspire to be a little bit more like.
Are they though?
It's not just male werewolves though. Films like Ginger Snaps and Blood and Chocolate feature female werewolf characters who display the same attractive qualities.
Yeah, and Ginger Snaps is a shit movie. And guess what? She was a fucking bitch. Even her sister killed her.
In modern day stories, werewolves and vampires are natural enemies. The reasons for their hatred vary, but it does guarantee an epic conflict between two of the night's most deadly predators.
Zen looks kinda like a werewolf here. Crazy, right? So crazy. It's as if that's the idea.
Lost the plot, honey.
Hold on. To help people. There. There's a reason why I don't have my ears.
Come on, guys. You're trolling. Have a good one, Aaron.
So those of you who dislike vampires will probably like werewolves. And of course some people
you
just like
dislike
big
both?
scary monsters, myself included. Like every other popular monster, the werewolf represents more than just a vicious beast that scares us. Where we choose to suppress our darkest desires, the werewolf either embraces them or struggles to fight them, a concept that we can relate to. They represent the hidden evil in a person, the idea that everyone has an inner beast waiting to be unleashed. If you've enjoyed this video, then please consider leaving a thumbs up, as it helps promote the video and allows the channel to grow. If there's anything you'd like to discuss or have any ideas for future videos, then please let me know in the comments section. As always, I've been your host, Mythology and Folklore Explained.
Explain harder.
The killer origin of the werewolf Draco was real and far more terrifying. Wait, there's an actual video on it.
Really?
Is it AI? Hold on.
The world knows him as Dracula.
Son of a bitch!
Get you, honey. That's where they get you.
I have this one. Vampires vs. Werewolves, the origin.
If you're a fan of werewolves,
Son of a bitch!
Yo, AI upon AI, baby.
Yo, am I being trolled? I'm about to play some fucking Frankenstein. Oh, the beast. The beast of something something. And Dracula. Okay, no. We're saved. We're saved. We have things.
In the
Right.
summer of 1764, the once wealthy and peaceful French province of Gévaudan fell victim to a series of
I'm sorry, that sounds so funny. Javadon.
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 brutal and
I'm
wild
sorry.
attacks.
Hi,
The
Chris, how
populace
you
were
doing?
overcome with
Hey,
fear.
Chris, what's up, man?
Having no explanation as to what was happening,
welcome
the
back,
public
Kyrian.
hysteria spiraled
Welcome
out
back.
of control and created a monster. Over the next 2 years, the beast of Gévaudan would ravage the
Gévaudan.
land and its people until the
Javadon.
I cannot stop. I'm sorry.
attacks suddenly stopped. But what exactly was this creature? Some say it was a hyena, others a wolf. There have been theories suggesting a possible hybrid creature, maybe even a lion. Those who remain skeptical believe it was and must have been a wolf dog of sorts. On the other end of the spectrum, we see claims that the beast of Gévaudan is proof of the existence of werewolves.
I'm gonna lose my shit now every time he says Javadon. Why? Why does it sound so funny?
To be fair, it is funny.
Hey, I don't understand. Am I losing it? Why is it so funny?
Honey, we slowly descend into madness day by day.
So join me today as we dive into this mystery and try to decipher what may have been fact and what may have been fiction.
Of the beast. Of the Javadon.
Today's video has been made possible by Bespoke Post. Bespoke Post is a monthly membership club that delivers a box of awesome top-shelf goods from a variety of under-the-radar brands. It's free to join and you can skip any given month or cancel at any time. 90% of the products come from small brands, many of which are based inside the US. Every month, members receive a variety of new products that range from outdoor gear, barware, home and kitchen goods, clothing, and much more. Based on the preference quiz taken by members, Bespoke Post will then be able to gauge what kind of box you should be sent. Every box of awesome has around $70 worth of goods inside, but only costs a fraction of the price. Before your
I think we infected people with that.
Javadon.
Would you guys prefer to be vampire or werewolf? Asking chat. Oh, okay, he's not asking us.
box is
Crazy.
shipped, you're given the chance to preview what's inside. From there you have several choices. You can keep the box, you can swap the box for another, or you can decide to skip the month entirely at no charge. You only ever pay for things that you want. The Weekender box, for example, comes with an heirloom level carry-all, a high quality carry bag that's perfect for any weekend trips, being able to fit clothing, accessories, books, and laptops with no issue. The Energized box includes two 16-ounce cold brew concentrates, one regular caffeine and one extra caffeine. You also get two
What is
2-ounce
extra
cold brew
caffeine?
concentrates, one
Oh,
low
yeah.
caffeine and one extra caffeine.
To get 20% off your first box of awesome, you can click on the link in the description and use the code MFE20 at checkout, or you can visit bespokepost.com/MFE20 to get your discount today. The first sighting of the beast came in the summer of 1764 in the Mauquois forest, where a young woman was tending her cattle. Marie Jean Vallet saw something that she could only describe as
this is
like
no
a
longer
wolf,
Javadon.
but not a wolf. The beast began to charge towards her, but the bulls and her cattle were able to keep the beast away. It made a second attempt, but this attack was also repelled. The animal retreated into the woods before Marie could make out what exactly her attacker was. The beast continued to ravage the countryside throughout the year, and the first recorded fatal attack was of a 14-year-old girl out in the fields with her
Sending vampire cattle. I swear to God.
cattle. The body of Jean Boulet was found mutilated in a small village in between Montpellier and Saint-Étienne. As the attacks became more common, women and children were warned not to travel alone, especially when tending cattle in the fields, as this is when the beast was most likely to strike. However,
Les mystères des compétences à craindre.
I have only one thing to say. It's just say to you, Nino. Javadon. Thank you so much for the support, Nino. Also, what the fuck did he just say?
Mystery, the mist song.
Oh.
Thing. Hold on. The mysteries of the competent to fear.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah. I didn't know Nino spoke French.
He's French Canadian.
Like he was just Canadian.
Aren't all of them the same?
No.
No?
No.
Huh. And thank you, Cardi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beast of Gévaudan did not discriminate, as it would also attack men.
Bitch. Okay. Okay.
Let him cook.
Who traveled by themselves. By the end of the year, the sheer amount of attacks, as well as the fact that some attacks appeared to happen simultaneously, led people to believe that these must have been committed by more than one animal. Some eyewitness accounts reported seeing the beast accompanied by another animal. Other accounts state that the second animal was of a similar appearance but much smaller in size, leading to the theory that
If that's a racist against Canadians, Canadians not a race though. The citizenship. Huh?
Beast of Gévaudan traveled with its child. What made the Beast of Gévaudan difficult to identify were the manner of the attacks. A human killed by an animal who is hunting for food makes sense. What makes less sense is how this beast in particular was more interested in tearing its victims apart. It would always start by attacking the neck and the head, but instead of feeding on the carcass, it would shred the body to pieces. Severed limbs would commonly be found scattered around the area these attacks took place. This led to the belief that the beast did not hunt out of necessity, but instead pleasure. As news spread, it was clear the people of Gévaudan needed assistance with their monster problem. The events that took place on the 12th of January 1765 would be the catalyst for royal and state intervention. A young boy, Jacques Portefer, was tending cattle out in the fields with a group of children. It wasn't common for the beast to attack a group of people, but as they were quite young, perhaps it did not expect much of a struggle. Jacques and his companions, however, were able to fend off the beast using pikes. News of this attack spread fast and managed to reach the then King of France, King Louis XV. King Louis gave the boy and his companions a monetary reward for their bravery, and even provided Jacques with an education that would be paid for by the state. The king then declared that Gévaudan would no longer have to suffer in silence. The French state would do everything in its power to kill the beast. King Louis's first course of action was to send first Captain Duhamel of the Clermont Prince Dragons. The captain and his guards arrived in Gévaudan, however they struggled to coordinate their efforts with the local villagers and farmers. Duhamel's time in Gévaudan was a resounding failure. He crossed paths with the beast several times, but failed to land any of the shots he fired. Duhamel's frustration reached an all-time high when his plan to intercept the beast crossing a river fell apart, due to the local village not being present or even willing to cooperate. The first captain even threw his own men under the bus, citing the incompetence of his guards as another reason his attempts were unsuccessful. Needless to say, King Louis needed another plan. This time he sent 2 seasoned hunters who were experts in tracking and hunting wolves. The arrival of Jean-Charles Marc-Antoine and his son Jean-François meant it was time for Captain Duhamel to step down and return to his headquarters in Clermont. Captain Duhamel favoured the strategy of organising hunting parties, whereas Jean-Charles and his son disagreed, believing the only way to shoot the beast would be by employing a much more stealthy approach. They also believed that the beast in question would be found.
Fascinating, truly fascinating. Hi, Matic. How are you doing? Hi,
Hey,
Jake.
Matic.
How are you doing?
Jake.
Oh, this sucks. Wait, what happened? Oh,
Gévaudan.
Jibbadah strike again. Fucking Jibbadah. I'm gonna officially start calling it the Curse of Jibbadah.
That could be a crazy drinking game. I'm just saying.
Drink every time Jibbadah strikes again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see the links, Kyrian. Beowulf. It's not enough Jibbadah in it.
Yeah, Gévaudan.
No Jibbadah.
Found amongst Eurasian wolves, and that's where they chose to focus their search, using bloodhounds to aid them. However, as the attacks continued, the father and son were replaced, meaning their time in charge of hunting the beast lasted from February until June. They were replaced by the king's lieutenant of the hunt, Francois Antoine. On September 21st, Antoine killed a large grey wolf. The size of the wolf was unlike anything he had seen before, which led to a public statement claiming they had killed what they believed to have been the beast of Gévaudan. In order for them to verify this, they needed the survivors of its attacks to help them cross-reference. The victims were able to confirm this theory by identifying the scars on the beast which they were responsible for when defending themselves. Once the body was identified, it would be sent to King Louis's palace, where Antoine's son would receive the accolades for his father, who remained in Gévaudan to hunt the partner of the beast and her 2 children. After killing both children, Francois returned to King Louis, where he received a rather handsome monetary reward. In early December of the same year, 2 young boys were attacked, but the eldest was able to fend the beast off. A dozen attacks followed, which led many to believe that the beast of Gévaudan may not actually be dead. The resurgence of the attacks could no longer be ignored, and so a nobleman in Gévaudan took things into his own hands, organising a hunting party. June 19th, 1767 is when the attacks were said to have finally ceased. Local hunter Jean Chastel was credited with killing the beast during a hunting party. When examining this large wolf, there were human remains found in its stomach. Considering there were no more reported attacks, these 2 factors were enough for the people of Gévaudan to finally believe the beast had been slain.
Bro,
Given the
have,
frequency of the attacks we
poisoning at
discussed
this point, drinking every time he says it.
Yep.
Earlier, it's likely that both wolves slain were responsible for the attacks, hence why they slowed down after the first was slain and completely stopped when the second was slain. Over the 2 to 3 year span, the Beast of Gévaudan was responsible for hundreds of attacks and fatal injuries. The exact number, however, is a bit more difficult to gauge. Some predict around 100 children and adults were attacked. A study from 1987 estimates that there were 210 attacks, which resulted in 113 deaths and 49 injuries. 98 of the victims killed were partially eaten. None of the victims who survived died from rabies, which ruled out the possibility of rabid wolves being responsible for the attacks. Attacks from wolves in not only France but Europe as a whole was a big problem in the 18th century, and so rationalizing the Beast of Gévaudan as the work of not just one wolf but perhaps a pack or even more is the most simple solution. Other theories include a runaway lion or hyena that had escaped from a zoo. The father and son hunter duo describe the beast as being much larger than a wolf, having a snout like a calf and very long hair. To some, this supports the idea that a hyena could have escaped a zoo and found itself in Gévaudan. First Captain Duhamel described the beast as having a body as long as a leopard and a breast as wide as a horse. It had fur that was red with a black stripe. He claimed that if you saw the beast, you would assume it was some kind of hybrid monster. Some witnesses describe fiery red eyes and the ability to repel bullets with ease. It could even stand on its hind legs, and thus we have the theory that it could have been a werewolf. Another theory is that there was a serial killer in Gévaudan who used the beast as a cover-up for all of the murders committed. A once peaceful and idyllic village in southern France all of a sudden becoming home to a monster responsible for hundreds of attacks certainly sounds like some kind of movie or fictional story, except it happened nearly 260 years ago, and yet we still don't have a definitive answer to the most important question. What was the Beast of Gévaudan?
Okay. Oh, that happened.
Gévaudan.
Gévaudan. We have a new community meme now.
Gévaudan.
We have Gévaudan.
What image comes to mind when you hear the word vampire?
Gévaudan.
Perhaps it is the classic depiction of Bela Lugosi's Dracula,
Yes.
an elegant, immortal, reclusive figure. Or maybe it's the more feral, animalistic sort, cold, unfeeling, superhuman killing machines, driven only by an insatiable
It's like,
thirst for
Don't ask if you don't want the answer.
Right?
blood, a creature whose only weakness is exposure to pure silver and sunlight. But is there any truth to these creatures' existence?
Donkadonk? What the?
Surprisingly, yes.
Donkadonk.
In the first half of the 18th century, following the Austrian Empire's seizure of Belgrade and much of Serbia,
Wartime stories.
This is like, pay attention to me, goddammit.
Breaks the law on my watch.
Thank you so much for the support, Jason.
Thank you for the support, man.
reports of strange deaths would make their way into the hands of Austrian officials.
This one, I don't think this one is a AI.
No, it's wartime story.
Unusual reports from Serbian villages, now under the control and supervision of the Austrian monarchy. Villages whose inhabitants were being picked off, one by what was described as an inhuman and unnatural enemy. Austrian doctors and men of science scoffed at these absurd claims, attributing the villagers' strange deaths to some unknown disease. But when Austrian medical officers and soldiers were sent to investigate these deaths and to bring order to what was clearly a population of uneducated and superstitious peasants, these military men quickly realized that the villagers were telling the truth. This is the story of the Austrian army.
Well, drink
and the
responsible,
vampire.
Jake.
Drink responsibly. Don't be a poop.
The mist which hangs before you
Offers you a choice.
to pass through
Or to escape.
Beyond it are
Stories
which defy
the explanation
and fly in the face.
of what we know to be real.
It is a void of both
Reality.
and impossibility.
Of both fact
And superstition.
You alone are left to discern
what to believe as you pass through what we call the fog of war.
Okay.
Why are you talking like that? I don't like that. There's not enough Jibadon.
Japatong.
Yeah, where's the Jibadon?
In the early years of the 18th century, the Austrian
Stop.
Habsburg monarchy found itself embroiled in a bitter war with the regional powerhouse of the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, but with the war,
From 1716 to 1718, in what is now known as the Austro-Turkish War, rival imperial forces conducted battle over the Balkans, leaving an estimated 80,000 dead in their wake. The short but violent conflict would culminate in the Austrian capture of Belgrade, forcing the Ottoman surrender and the signing of the Treaty of Passarowitz. With the Ottoman defeat, the Habsburgs expanded their empire into the Balkan region, the territories of Banat, Alentia, northern Bosnia, and Serbia, then falling under the flag of the Austrian Eagle. With new kingdoms to their name and thousands of new subjects under their rule, the Habsburgs set about exploring the Balkan territories. Administrators, explorers, and cartographers were dispatched into the rugged, mountainous land, cataloging everything from geography, wildlife, and the unique social dynamics at play within the regions. Located along the banks of the mighty Danube River in northeastern Serbia, just outside the now capital city of Belgrade, the small fishing village of Kiseljevo welcomed one such adventurer in the summer of 1725. Provisar Frumbald, an imperial administrator, was already well into his journey, the humble village just one of dozens he was tasked with recording on his way through the Serbian kingdom. However, while studying this little town and its inhabitants, Frumbald would bear witness to what he considered a unique and rather grotesque sort of ritualistic practice. As Frumbald went about his duties, his attention was drawn to an angry crowd of villagers clustered in the town's modest cemetery. Intrigued, the administrator made his way to the burial grounds, nudging his way through the excited mob of people, trying to get a better look at what was happening. Finally breaking through the crowd, Frumbald was confronted with a sight both confusing
He's
and
a
disturbing.
serviceman in the U.S. Army.
The villagers
Armed
appeared to
forces.
be exhuming a corpse,
Who narrates
a
horror
man
stories
recently
related to
deceased
soldiers.
at about the age of
Okay.
60. As the
We
burial
watched this
detail
channel
hoisted the man's
before.
body from his grave,
Yeah, we did.
Frumbald took note of how fresh the buried corpse appeared. The body,
even
despite sporting a
were
layer
listening
of
to
dirt,
him on the
still
road
maintained
trip.
a lively glow.
Yeah.
The man's fingernails and hair likewise appeared healthy and intact. Surely, Frumbald thought, showing no signs of bloat or decay, the man couldn't have been buried more than a few hours before his arrival, or perhaps the day prior. What reason would they have, he then pondered, to be exhuming the body now? Quite an unusual practice. Still more strangely, he watched as the villagers grew increasingly riled, hurling curses and spiteful words towards the corpse that now lay on the ground. Others remained stoic, their hands tightly clasped, heads lowered in silent prayer. The bizarre scene made all the more eerie against the backdrop of the priest's passionate readings of scripture, and the crowd's jeering took a final, dark turn.
Ew.
Reaching into a small crate, one of the men retrieved two items, a sharpened stake carved of hawthorn wood and a mallet. Placing the jagged end of the stake against the corpse's chest, Frumbald watched with bated breath as the man then raised the mallet high above his head. Taken aback by the horrifying display, staring at the wooden stake now deeply planted in the dead man's heart, the administrator couldn't help but be doubly startled by the tremendous amounts of fresh blood now pouring from the corpse's chest, mouth, and ears. Was this man even dead? How could a corpse without a beating heart produce so much blood? The administrator could have even sworn he heard the man issue a low, pained groan when being impaled. Increasingly baffled by the series of events, Frumbald watched as the men set about the final phase of their now apparently well-rehearsed ritual. The men lowered the bloody corpse back into the open grave before setting fire to it. The smell of burning hair and flesh quickly filled the graveyard, the crowd having now become transfixed and eerily silent. As the flames devouring the man's corpse climbed high into the darkening sky, Frumbald asked his guide about what he had just witnessed. Who was the dead man, and why did his corpse deserve such unusual and seemingly spiteful treatment? The guide, hesitant and pale with fright, explained that they had just witnessed the final execution of what was called a vampire. Observing his look of confusion at the term, the man explained, "A vampire, a foul, unholy, and predatory spirit who stalks the earth with an insatiable thirst for human blood."
We're old.
Having retired to his evening quarters, Provisor Frumbald began making a detailed report of the day's events, a report which would later be published that same summer of 1725. This official government report is the first documented use of the word vampire in recorded history. Once published, the testimony of the Provisor, further expanded upon by the testimony of locals from Kiseljevo, sent shockwaves throughout the Austrian Empire. But who was the dead man whose ritualistic impalement Frumbald witnessed? According to the document, while he still lived, this so-called vampire was a local man by the name of Petar Blagojevic. 10 weeks before Frumbald's arrival to the small town of Kiseljevo, Petar, then a man of about 60 years of age,
Wait, what? Wait, Zen has four what? 4 ears? Yeah, because he doesn't have ears normally. And I removed mine.
Yeah.
Like, here's my ears. But haven't done them. Since I thought it might be more interesting if like Zen is the one with the ears for this one instead of me.
was laid to rest after a short bout with illness. In and of itself, this was no cause for concern. However, shortly following Petar's passing, something terrifying was unleashed upon the unsuspecting village. A string of mysterious deaths of several villagers took place in the week immediately following Petar's burial. One after the other, affected individuals would fall violently ill and then die within 24 hours. But far from being a normal bout of plague or illness, on their deathbeds, each victim uttered the same ominous testimony. Petar Blagojevic, at least a monstrous perversion of him, had appeared to them in their dreams, viciously strangling them to within an inch of their lives before they suddenly woke from the terrifying vision. And these were clearly no ordinary nightmares. Within 8 days of his burial, 9 more villagers were also dead, victims of what seemed nothing less than a repeating series of supernatural attacks, an unholy scourge that, without intervention, seemed bound to continue. For the people of Kiseljevo, there was never any doubt about what Petar was and how he needed to be dealt with. Unlike the newly arrived...
I could have sworn I had like a patent for and I don't. I'm sad.
Austrians, the Serbs, alongside their other Slavic brethren, were well acquainted with identifying and disposing of vampiric creatures. If historical accounts are to be believed, Balkan peoples had been dealing with such entities for hundreds of years. In spite of the harsh laws in place that prevented the burning and staking of bodies under the guise of witchcraft, the villagers continued in this gruesome practice. For them, upon exhuming the long-departed Petar, the telltale signs of vampirism were plainly evident. Despite being dead and buried for 10 weeks, Pedar's flesh maintained its lifelike color,
I don't
while his
have
fingernails
it.
and hair continued their growth. Perhaps the most damning evidence came in the form of fresh blood smeared about the dead man's mouth. Proof, the villagers thought, of the very life drained from their murdered citizens. Killing a vampire was a solemn and grisly task. Prayers are recited before a sharpened stake, carved of hawthorn wood, is to be driven into the vampire's heart. The wood of the hawthorn tree had long been believed to possess certain spiritual and healing properties. In a final effort to rid the body of the vampire possession, the afflicted individual's remains are then burned. And with that, the vampire of Kiselyevo
Hi,
was no
Hellskin.
more.
How are you doing?
Hey Hellskin, how you been, man?
On my fur.
Frumwald's account of the Kiselyevo vampire submitted to the Imperial Austrian court in the summer of 1725 gave the Western world
not
its
use it,
first
though. It
true
doesn't look
glimpse of these terrifying creatures. From there, the incredible story was published in some of Europe's most renowned journals and newspaper publications, further stoking the fears and imaginations of people all over the continent in the following years. Despite the religious laws of the day condemning both the belief in such entities as well as the practice of killing them, it is said that the Holy Roman Emperor himself, Charles VI, took keen interest in these blood-sucking creatures. Not only did he send copies of Frumwald's findings to all the crowned heads of Europe, but ordered that all reports of vampire-related activity be sent directly to the imperial court. Perhaps this is why, 6 years later, in the winter of 1731, when new reports of mysterious deaths came across the desks of imperial administrators, a swift, militarized response was deemed necessary by Austrian officials. This time, the reports came not from the town of Kiselyevo, but from a remote Serbian village, the village of Medvedja. At first glance, Austrian authorities were more concerned at the prospect of some sort of viral outbreak burning its way through the village inhabitants. However, the reports strangely indicated a number of people had died after only 2 or 3 days of falling ill, with no previous signs of disease. Quite mysterious. By order of Lieutenant Colonel Schnetzer, the Austrian military commander in the central Serbian town of Jagodina.
So close to becoming vampires.
So close.
So close.
A small contingent of medical officers, imperial infectious disease experts, were thus dispatched to the region to investigate the deaths. Spearheading the group of specialists was a man by the name of Glasser. Not one to be swayed by local folklore and outlandish spirituality, Glasser was determined to uncover the truth behind the trouble plaguing the village of Medvedja. By the time Glasser arrived in the village, the number of victims had already reached double digits. Whatever the ailment was, the specialist was alarmed by the fact that, according to witness testimony, affected individuals barely lasted a day after falling violently ill. Glasser then went straight to the source and, with the help of reluctant villagers, exhumed the remains of several of the recently deceased neighbors. Glasser noted that, quite strangely, despite the most recent victim expiring several days before his arrival, little to no decomposition had taken place. And the same could be said for the corpses that were buried weeks earlier.
A little bit.
More haunting still was the complete lack of evidence pointing to any known sort of disease or infection. There were no sores, rashes, boils, or blisters evident on their skin, while no residue around the mouth or nose indicated any of the expected bodily secretions. As Glasser subsequently wrote off every logical answer in the medical books, the insistent testimony of Medvedja's residents became increasingly harder to ignore. Despite the quelling looks of disbelief that the imperial specialists gave them, the villagers were adamant that they were dealing with a rampage of at least one, if not several more, vampires. Speaking of asking for help, while we may never have
God,
a horde
he
of
goes another
vampires to
shot.
contend
Oh God.
with, we
Please
might
don't
still be
actually
dealing with
take
our
part
own
in that.
personal battles. I wanted to quickly say thank you to
JRC, how
BetterHelp
you
for
doing?
sponsoring this episode.
Hey, JRC, how you doing?
I've previously spoken about my experience with seeking therapy after a rough career transition out of the military a few years ago. And at that time, I developed the
don't
impression
advertise
that while it
BetterHelp.
was extremely helpful for me, therapy was just
BetterHelp.
something for people
It's
dealing
BetterHelp.
with the things I was
Fuck.
diagnosed with, namely depression.
Guys, I'm all for getting help, but please don't go down the rabbit hole of seeking that help from BetterHelp. They will make it worse, not better.
Yeah.
When Glasser's report made its way back to the Austrian regional headquarters at the Kalimagdan fortress in Belgrade, it detailed a unique and dire situation. The infectious disease experts were unable to find any evidence of some sort of viral outbreak. Quite bizarrely, they themselves started to find merit in the locals' vampiric rationale. To worsen things, tensions within the region were now reaching a boiling point, as Serbian villagers clashed with imperial authorities, who were now actively enforcing
Jake,
laws
get some
banning
water.
them from staking and burning the suspected vampires. Whether it was the alarming nature of
Darwin, they do worse stuff than just sell your information. They actually let completely like uncertified people handle you having a mental crisis, which leads to actual harm.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Can confirm. Mice checked it out. BetterHelp is a scam, it's Scully. Yeah, it is. BetterHelp, better stop it. Yeah. But yeah, if you guys are drinking, please drink some water. And mice, no more drinking. No more for you. Hey SCP, how you doing? Lifu went to the VTuber club room using the bathroom. Much water. I only have 2 total left in mine. No worries. Okay. Well, drink water regardless. I stopped counting. Shot glass away. Regular glass acquired. Please have water. I got a munchies to balance it out, but also Gatorade, so I should be okay. Just have something greasy if you're drinking. Because greasy food helps. Yeah, fruits. Next time we should get pomegranate. Huh? I know.
Okay, I'm back. Time
Welcome
to
back.
sacrifice some apples to my belly. Ah!
Ah,
I'm about to feast on them apples. All the jibba talk made me hungry.
Glasser's strange findings, or the threat of local upheaval, imperial authorities deemed it necessary to muster a military response. In January of 1732, troops from the Honorable Regiment of Foot, under the command of one Baron Felstenbusche, as well as the men of the Honorable Maruli Regiment and the Honorable Alexandrian Regiment, set out from the fortress to the Serbian village. Amongst them was an Austrian regimental field surgeon, Johann Flukinger, who rode along in nervous anticipation. Like many men of science and medicine, Flukinger's rational mind found little merit in the peculiar superstitions and folkloric beliefs of the empire's Serbian subjects. But after reading excerpts of the reports made by the infectious disease specialists who were sent in before them, the surgeon couldn't shake the thought that they were marching into something highly unnatural, or at the very least, something never before witnessed in the realm of medical science. In the name of keeping up public relations with the empire's newest citizens, the Austrians reluctantly entertained the first-hand testimony of the villagers, who appeared sincere and greatly distressed by what they conveyed was nothing less than a life-and-death struggle against supernatural forces. In spite of their skepticism, however, much to the Austrians' bemusement, the villagers' story, bizarre as it seemed, was eerily consistent across all of the...
I'll go goodbye for the support, Jason.
Bugging us.
Yeah.
It's like throwing pennies at a dollar coin.
That sounds so wrong.
The trouble, the villagers told them, began 5 years earlier with the death of a local Albanian man named Arnand Payol. Prior to his sudden death, Arnand had privately disclosed to a few of his friends that he had made efforts to protect himself from a vampire's bite by eating dirt from its grave. Going one step further, he told them he had been compelled to exhume the grave's corpse, then smearing himself in the vampire's blood to cleanse himself.
That's kind of weird.
Unfortunately, his macabre efforts to ward off vampirism didn't stop him from later falling off of a hay wagon and breaking his neck, nor did they appear to stop him from still inheriting an unholy bloodlust following his sudden demise. About a month after Payol's sudden death, 4 villagers reported having terrifying dreams in which the dead man appeared, tormenting them, a menacing and sinister grin on his face. His red, beastly eyes leered at them from darkened corners. Soon after these dreams began, the bodies started to pile up. These same 4 villagers, mere days apart, would all die under identical and ominous circumstances. A terrifying vision followed by a bout of sudden, violent illness, their lives seeming to be quite literally drained out of them. Having recognized the all too familiar implications, long familiar with the telltale signs of vampirism, the local elders conferred on a plan of action to stop Payol from killing anyone else. Upon exhuming his body, buried 40 days prior, they were greeted with an unnaturally fresh corpse, seemingly untouched by decomposition.
That distracted me from my
More
apple.
unnerving was the appearance of fresh blood smeared all over the man's body and
Thank you for the
coffin,
support, Jason.
freshly dried
Stop
blood
distracting me
even
from my
caked
apple.
between his lips and teeth. Still more shocking, as a hawthorn stake
Very
was
good
driven into
apple.
his heart, the men claimed that Payol uttered a low, pained groan as copious amounts of more blood flowed from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. But even after burning the body and reducing the vampire's remains to ash, despite the next 5 years passing peacefully, the villagers were greatly discouraged to later realize that their vampire troubles were far from over. With 17 newly dead villagers to account for, Flukinger and his men listened as the villagers described the cause for these more recent deaths. During his 40 days of terror, in which he had fed on the lives of 4 of his fellow villagers, Arnand, it seemed, had also fed on the blood of several young calves. As these calves had recently matured and been slaughtered, it was the meat of these tainted animals that was blamed for passing the vampire's curse onto those who consumed it. Whatever the cause of these recent string of deaths, it was imperative, the villagers thought, that they stake and burn each and every one of the suspected vampire corpses in order to bring an end to this demonic reign of terror. Prior to the Austrian military's arrival, Serbian locals had already acted, staking and burning one of the suspected corpses before the imperial officers halted any more rituals. An expert in contagious diseases, Flukinger systematically ordered exhumations and conducted autopsies on all the suspects. In the interest of preventing an epidemic and further panic in the village,
Vampire
he
cows.
sought a scientific explanation for their sudden deaths and the apparent anomalies in decomposition.
Vampire cows.
Of the corpses they exhumed, the ages of the deceased ranging from
So vampire cows, they're not actually vampire cows. They're just like transmission heifers. Huh?
Yeah.
Hmm.
men as old as 60 to infants as young as 8 days.
Yeah,
10
there's about
were
for the
found to be in a
support,
state
Jason.
of supposed
Thank you for the
vampirism.
support, man.
As Flukinger and his colleagues worked tirelessly in their examinations, conducting thorough autopsies of each supposed vampire, they found themselves increasingly baffled by their findings. Much like the disease specialists before them, they found no evidence to support the theory of a newfound viral strain being the cause of death. While their organs and brains were clearly dormant, the afflicted bodies, to the eyes of the surgeons, seemed very fresh and healthy, as if they were being kept in a state of suspended animation. With each new cut, warm blood continued to flow from the bodies. Fresh skin had taken the place of old, and in one case, the reports indicate that a woman's body, which was emaciated and thin at the time of her burial, appeared to have gained weight. By all accounts, this woman, who the villagers knew had lived her life on the brink of starvation, now seemed to be very well fed in death. Completely dumbfounded, and in a reluctant effort to appease the wants of the terrified locals,
I'm sorry,
the
but
Imperial
like my
troops
brain is
yielded
like,
to the
oh, she's no longer dying of starvation. Vampire. Burn the witch. No?
Well, babe,
Kind of reminds me of Salem.
requests to destroy the bodies. Returning the corpses to their graves, the people of Medvedja then went about their disposal process with cold, unfeeling efficiency. When all was said and done, the bodies of 17 supposed vampires had been staked, burned, and disposed of. And strangely enough, it seemed to work. Supernatural or otherwise, the Austrian troops couldn't deny that the only effective measures that seemed to stem this series of mysterious sudden deaths were these very macabre rituals performed by the Serbs on the corpses. Like their remaining ashes, the vampires of Medvedja, their devilish killings, the villagers' nightmares, these withered away into nothing, leaving the imperial authorities with far more questions than answers. What unearthly forces, they must have pondered, were at work within the empire's new and unfamiliar territories. Upon his return to Belgrade, Flukinger's completed report, titled Visum et Repertum, Seen and Reported, ignited another fervor. Like Frumbald's several years prior, his report similarly acknowledged the existence of vampires. Debates then raged in scholarly, religious, and court circles regarding the nature of these so-called vampire epidemics. Could vampires be real? Did citizens need to fear blood-sucking creatures might attack them in their beds?
Yes.
In which case, was it even safe to live close to a graveyard? Something which was quite common throughout many European settlements at the time. Should the dead be securely interred in high-walled burial grounds outside city limits? Many such fears were quelled around a decade later in 1746, when Vatican scholar Dom Augustin Calmet concluded in his Dissertation sur les apparitions that, scripture aside, nobody was rising from the grave. He classified vampires as creatures of imagination rather than an immediate threat.
What is that supposed to mean?
Over the course of the last 3 centuries, mankind's understanding of the natural world has dramatically increased. At first glance, historical cases of vampirism are easy to chalk up to a poor understanding of human biological sciences, or even human psychology pertaining to the effects of what is called mass hysteria. Taking into account the lack of what we now consider a formal education as well as the devout religious beliefs of that time, it certainly wouldn't take much to convince even an entire village that nefarious spirits were running amok. But even still, considering the many contemporary stories of demon possession and supernatural encounters, who's to say that such ancient superstitions are entirely irrational? If such unseen spiritual forces exist, as many believe with all sincerity that they always have, it's evident that they make themselves known through the flesh of humanity. Illness, nightmares, strange visions, and other unexplained afflictions are notably common among such stories.
Fangs, I can do that.
Regardless of the truth behind supposed vampire attacks, what is very real is the almost universal belief in the existence of such beings, not only in Slavic Europe, but the world over. Perhaps, depending on a given culture, such supernatural entities are simply called by different names. Before the Serbs coined the iconic term vampire, these creatures otherwise appeared as malevolent spirits and demonic entities in countless oral histories. Asian, African, North and South American cultures all speak of evil beings hell-bent on consuming the flesh and blood of the living, each with their own supernatural or superhuman capabilities. While the vast cultural tapestry of varying accounts makes it difficult to clearly define what a vampire is, the 20th century interpretation of such beings is likely an amalgamation of certain, relatively consistent traits. Far from the unholy creatures described during these encounters in 18th century Serbia, vampires have more recently been depicted as something far more appealing and romanticized. If the Serbian depiction is truer to the vampire's original form, then clearly we have been greatly desensitized by modern depictions of immortal, highly seductive beings with great powers and an intolerance to sunlight. Now, in the 21st century, whatever it is that gives us such confidence in our greater knowledge of the world and all of its unsolved mysteries, vampires are largely dismissed as creatures of fantasy and fiction, a relic from a bygone era of ancient folklore. Even in the Serbian capital of Belgrade, now a modern city, the very legend of the vampire is something most passers-by would roll their eyes at. Nothing but a myth born out of a time of ignorance and paranoia. However, if you were to leave the modern world behind and journey into the rural heartland of Serbia, you would find that the locals' belief in vampires is still very much alive.
What?
What?
The siren outside.
I hear the siren.
In 2012, the tiny village of Zarozia in western Serbia was thrown into a state of bedlam when a 300-year-old water mill collapsed. The residents were adamant that the mill housed a dangerous vampire by the name of Sava Savanovic. So convinced were they of the vampire's presence, or at least wary of it, tour guides refused to venture near the mill after sundown. Likewise, the owners of the mill, for fear of disturbing Savanovic, flatly refused to perform regular maintenance on the historic structure. It was this fear and the lack of maintenance that directly resulted in the collapse of the mill, and supposedly the release of a very angry, now homeless vampire into the surrounding hills. Terrified that the infamous entity was once again on the hunt for victims, the citizens of Zarozia, calling on hundreds of years of ancestral knowledge, acted as their predecessors once did. Garlic sales in the region skyrocketed as crucifixes and holy icons were placed above the doorway to every home. As a self-defense measure, the villagers armed themselves with sharpened hawthorn stakes in anticipation of direct confrontations with Savanovic. Remaining vigilant for the next 7 months, nothing more seemed to come from the matter. The mill was eventually rebuilt, and with the vampire supposedly gone, calm once again returned to the humble village. A passing hysteria, perhaps, but only to an outsider.
Okay.
From our enlightened point of view, it's very easy to be amused by such an incident, to laugh at what we believe are poorly educated country folk caught up in their own ridiculous superstitions and outdated beliefs. However, to the people of rural Serbia, far more familiar with the natural and unnatural elements of their own homeland, they know better than anyone else that there are things in the region, and perhaps the wider world, that the scientific eye cannot and will never comprehend.
Gonna hit the bed.
A sentiment that rings as
I'm going
true
to bed.
today
Why?
as it did for the Austrian soldiers and disease experts who, so many
Why?
years ago, marched
Good night,
into a
everyone.
strange foreign land to confront a series of unusual deaths and strange happenings. They too felt confident in their education in the natural
I'm
sciences.
about to just go murder
Soldiers who
rhinos.
then marched out of those villages to write official reports
Piss
which
off,
we can
Zen.
still read today. Reports which conveyed
should add some
not
blood.
confidence, but bewilderment in their findings. Military reports which, like those men, leave us with only a dark and insidious mystery that by all accounts
I think
remains
the blood would look good.
unsolved.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Thank you so much for the support, Jason. Yeah, I should add some blood, huh?
Hey guys, thanks for sticking around for the after action on this one. This episode hits close to home for a couple of reasons. One, my first foray into entertainment anything was when I did a theater class my senior year. There was a girl, and I wanted to spend more time around her, and yeah, but then I ended up being stuck in theater. And so the first production we did was Bram Stoker's Dracula, which I starred in as Jonathan Harker. And that really just kind of launched my whole interest in performing arts and that kind of thing. Second, our artist here, Pikata, he is originally from Serbia, so he really enjoyed working on this episode, and he offered me some additional input.
The story of Dracula is one that has
Now time. The Dracula, just the
been
Dracula
told
one.
and retold many times throughout the years. Some remain
Guys,
fairly
there's one
true to
blood
the
on her.
original, whereas others attempt to place their own unique
Yes.
spin on the story to
I love
varying
blood.
levels of success. And then we have those where, well, the less we say the better. I guess it's time to finally delve into the story that created one of fiction's most infamous characters. The work of Bram Stoker is one of the most well-known examples of early Gothic horror, a genre that inspired so many writers. Dracula was written by Bram Stoker in the 1890s and eventually published in 1897. The narrative consists of a series of letters, journal entries, and newspaper articles. There is no singular protagonist, however, its characters have truly stood the test of time, and the novel itself is considered to be one of the most famous pieces of English literature. So join me today as we cover a true horror classic in Bram Stoker's Dracula. If you're anything like me and you enjoy watching or listening to a good horror story before bed, it's probably not the best idea for a good night's rest, which is why today's video has been made possible by the awesome people over at Manta Sleep, who are dedicated to making sure that you get the best sleep possible with a wide range of sleep masks and sleep accessories. Recently I've been monitoring my own sleep patterns in an attempt to become more of a functioning member of society.
That's
Naturally,
so
when I saw how
overrated.
poor my sleep was, I decided to try a sleep mask.
Being a
I've been
functioning
using the
member of
Manta
society is
original
so
sleep mask,
overrated.
which does a great job in blocking out sources of light and general background and external annoyances. It's also very comfortable to wear and doesn't place any pressure on your eyelids and lashes. It's easy to pack up and very portable, making it a great choice for people who travel. There's also a mask for every occasion: original, weighted, silk, steam, and even a sound mask with built-in Bluetooth speakers for those who like to fall asleep whilst listening to relaxing music, or an audiobook that may or may not be horror-themed. You can follow the link on screen right now as well as in the description of this video to find out more about achieving better sleep. Make sure to use my code MFE at checkout to receive a 10% discount. Jonathan Harker's Journal, 3rd May. The story begins with Jonathan Harker, a newly qualified solicitor travelling from London to meet a mysterious new client. He travels via train and passes through Munich, Budapest and Vienna before arriving on the eastern outskirts of a country he refers to as Transylvania. He arrives in a town known as Bistritz, high up in the Misty Mountains. Harker describes this as one of the wildest and least known parts of Europe. One would be hard-pressed to find its location on a map of any kind. The mysterious client he waits for is a nobleman known as Count Dracula, who has expressed interest in purchasing a house near London. The Count instructed Harker to wait for him at the Golden Hotel, a rather old-fashioned looking building. At the door he was greeted by an elderly woman who gave him a letter from Count Dracula. "My friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I am anxiously expecting you. Sleep well tonight. At 3 tomorrow the diligence will start for Bukovina. A place on it is kept for you. At the Bordeaux Pass my carriage will await you and bring you to me. I trust that your journey from London has been a happy one, and that you will enjoy your stay in my beautiful land. Your friend, Dracula." The letter welcomes Harker and instructs him to sleep well, as the following day at 3 a coach will arrive to take him to Bukovina, where he will find the Count's private carriage at the Bordeaux Pass. 4th of May. Harker departed that following day, and once in the Bordeaux Pass he noticed a carriage pull up beside the coach being drawn by black horses. The carriage was being driven by a tall man with a long brown beard and a tall black hat which hid his face. Harker recalls only being able to see bright gleaming eyes that appeared almost red in the lamplights. The man turned his face to the coach and smiled, remarking that he was early tonight. With help from the driver, Harker climbed into the carriage and they rode into the darkness. The darkness was broken when the moon peered out from the thick clouds. Staring at the moon, Harker began to panic all of a sudden when he noticed a pack of shaggy-looking wolves surrounding the carriage. He called out to the driver, who stood up and with one sweeping motion of his arm almost signaled to the wolves to leave. Slowly they backed off until the carriage rode past them. The moon was once again engulfed by the clouds and the darkness returned. Eventually they arrive at the courtyard of a vast ruined castle, its tall black windows blocking even a single ray of sunshine from entering. The carriage came to a stop, and before Mr. Harker was a pale old man who invited him into his home. He noted that the man's touch was cold, closer to that of the dead than the living. Harker establishes that this man is Dracula. He shows Harker to his room and offers him supper. The Count doesn't join Harker, claiming that he had already eaten. After dinner, he smokes a cigar given to him by his host and observes Dracula. He finds the Count's appearance to be rather strange. A pale old man with wild bushy hair, pointed ears, a slender nose with overarching nostrils, a thin moustache he described as evil, but what caught his eye in particular were the sharp teeth that protruded over his lips, which were a vibrant red, not common for someone of his age. His hands were also strange, hair located on his palms, and long nails sharpened to a point. His touch caused Harker to shudder, his breath was rank and caused his guest to feel nauseous. The Count, realizing Harker's discomfort, retreated and told him to sleep in as late as he desired, as he would be away until the afternoon. 7th May. Exploring the castle, Harker begins to notice more oddities. Despite the surroundings suggesting the Count's wealth, there is not a single room with a mirror or even a piece of glass where one's reflection can be seen. There are no servants, and Harker has seen or heard nothing around the castle grounds other than the howling of wolves. Dracula explains that his love for England and desire to walk the streets of London came from his collection of books. Together they sit down and discuss the details of the estate that he will be purchasing on the Count's behalf. He is intrigued as to how Mr. Harker was able to find such a perfect match for him. The estate is called Carfax and has a large house on the grounds that is reminiscent of a medieval keep. It's fairly secluded, with only a chapel and a newly built insane asylum nearby,
The
neither of
fuck?
which were visible from the grounds. The Count is pleased that the house is of an old design, as he himself is from an old family. 8th May. Homesickness overcomes Harker. The Count's castle brings him an uneasy feeling, and he begins to wish that he never came to this place. Harker hung his shaving glass on the window and began to shave. "Good morning." Startled by the Count's greeting, he had cut himself. When he looked back at his shaving glass to look at his cut, there was no reflection of the man just over his shoulder. The blood from the cut ran down his neck, and before he could wipe it away, he saw the Count's demeanor change. An uncontrollable fury had come over him as he reached for Harker's neck. As Harker pulled away, the Count's hand brushed against the crucifix around his neck, and the almost possessed trance the Count was in quickly disappeared. The Count warns him.
I think this is as much as I can do today. I think art-wise, I'm a little bit done. I'm a little done art-wise. I feel pooped out. I mean, still like a couple of days of work that needs to be done with this. Not bad, but it's not there yet. Not quite there yet. It's getting there. Lifu, you call on at the ears? Wait, what do you mean? The ears are there. It's not rendered. You've been at it for a long while. Take a break. Yeah, I think I'm gonna spam some ranked. Since yesterday the internet decided to go, I'm not sure you wanna continue winning. Because we think you don't want to anymore. Game time? Game time. Let me just save it so I don't lose it. Like my brain is like so over it. This is what happens when you like draw every single day. At some point, you hit like a point where you're like, okay, I'm a little tired of arting. It's still good art. It's not finished, but it's like it looks good. Okay, yep, it's saved. Game time. I need to put away the tablet though, so I don't kick it away accidentally. Don't want to break the tablet. No tablet, no models. I just switch it off. Needs more cows. I don't think so. I don't think it needs any cows at all. Gotta make myself a little smaller. Are you guys ready to hear some crash outs? You guys excited about the crash outs? I might need to change the thumbnail though. You need a coffee? Same. Well, I'm actually having coffees. I don't know why I said same. I am having coffee. I'm gonna need to change the thumbnail on YouTube though. Let's see. Where is it? Okay. Do I even have a thumbnail that would work right now? See, I should have something. I'm about to just use the thumbnail from the furry anime. As intended. Good night, Guardian. I do need to change the title on Twitch. Done. I can't play now. Until I pass out. That's the plan. We're spamming Marvel Rivals until I crash the fuck out. Wonder how many people will crash out today. I hope a lot. My load. Good night, Tyrion. Or internet crashes? Why would you say that? Now, why would you go and say that? Why do you want to jinx me, huh? The fuck? You just want me to derank? I knew it. That was your plan all along. I knew it. Let the crashos begin. Get it. Then it's probably gonna be like, oh, you were drawing this whole time, but the second I'm going to bed, you decide to play rank? What the fuck? What gives? Honestly, valid. Seconds of your dinner? Hell yeah. It's time. Rank up. If I don't rank up, I blame you guys. As intended.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
But like, doing art streams from time to time definitely is at least keeping me accountable to practicing art. I do feel like the expressions on the faces are a lot more livelier than the Warhammer one. I'm getting a little better. Damn, they banned Daredevil. I know you don't, Lifu. If you don't rank up, it's all your fault, not ours. No, it's only chat's fault. None of Jason Squirrel Girl, let's go. Okay, well, it looks like no one's going second DPS, so I'll go second DPS then. As long as they don't ban Squirrel Girl, you're fine. What the fuck? It's this map. I always lose on this map. I hate this map. I hate this map. Ugh. I always lose this map.
Stop right there, criminals.
I'm not gonna stop.
Breaks the law on my watch.
No, I'm not gonna stop. What the fuck? Thank you so much for the support, Jason. But no, I'm not gonna stop. Get bent.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Thank you so much for the support, Moose. And thank you so much for the support, Jason. Thank you, guys.
All you need to do is capture
Every dollar brings us closer to me buying the Oculus VR set. I'm lying. Do not fall for my trickery. I'm lying. Bro, I'm about to go onto the roof after your ass. Oh shit. Then I'll go on the roof after his ass. And I did. Wonder why people don't like this map. I cannot speak for others. I'm just dog on this map. I always lose on this map. So I can say about myself. Birds are like my bloodhounds. Bro, are you serious? Heal me. Thank you. Thank you, my lady. I'm on a squirrel dragon. They're doing the protect Mr. President thing. Didn't get her.
Judge, jury, executioner!
I have to wait it out. Ah, he broke it. I'll break him now. Broke my squirrels, I break him. I wanted to punch him. Monk. I wanted to punch him. I'm a squirrel girl now. Oh, that's awkward. It can be only one. Oh, wait. Do they have 3 DPS now? Oh. Where are you going? I'm like just chilling here. Oh, whoa, okay. That happened. That happened.
The current score is 3.
I don't know what the fuck that was.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. Eat nuts and kick butt. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Now we just gotta hold. Let's see if we win this.
Round 2. Being a superhero is a piece of cake compared to being Luke Cage's nanny. Now that was stressful.
What was our previous DPS? I don't remember. What was he playing previous round? Why do I not remember?
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from
Oh, what?
the mission area.
It's an invisible wall there?
Can
Wow.
you throw your thing right here?
Does anyone get the feeling that Loki has bigger
Are there so many invisible walls?
Yeah, thank you.
Liam. Time for bed. Have a good night. Good night, Jason. Thanks for dropping by. Good night, John. Fuck are they? Oh, he's just standing there. Okay, I'll just milk. Why is it squaring up at me like that? What?
We are undefeatable!
I'm fucked.
Bounding back into
I died.
Jury, executioner!
I am ready to put on a show!
What are supports doing? Oh, they just respawned. Okay. Thought they were alive.
We're back, right, Tippy Toe? Only 60 seconds left.
Oh shit. Trolled myself.
We are undefeatable!
Literally no heals. Holy. Hi Nero, how you doing? Like no box given with heals. I kind of hope we lose.
Final 10 seconds!
I kind of gave up. The clock dagger was out. I'm talking about the previous 5 deaths I had without heals. That's what I'm talking about. Very sad reality. Why is it going there? Already got the point. They literally got the point. Why go there? Wow, suggestion. We should probably group up. That would be nice. How was that sound?
Get ready. Here come the bad guys. We are undefeatable.
Now I have to wait. Damn. Any other comments, Sniffly, about the heals?
You guys want to go triple support or can we regroup?
There's like literally no heals. Rip. Okay, what do we have? We have triple DPS and we're still shitting so hard. Oh, that's just yikes.
Regroup. Stop going over there 1v1.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Okay.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Wolfed that.
You never rest.
Oh my god, there's a door! The hell is a crosshair? Never seen a crosshair like that in Cloak and Dagger.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Needed that, thanks.
Don't give them another inch. Or else.
Go in.
I am ready to put on a show.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Final score: 3-2.
Typical DPS players always blaming support. Oh, you're talking about me? I literally didn't have any heal. What the fuck you're talking about? Not feel the lack of heals. I switched to heals. That's promotion? Yeah. Fortunately, I still gain a lot more points than I lose, so.
Which hero do you think you are?
Any comp? Question mark?
Life energy is a powerful weapon
Yeah.
against evil.
Yeah.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I don't care
We
who they
banned.
ban. How many of you even like take part in the banning phases?
The team. Chill.
Feel like it's like so
shit.
useless.
MVP. I'll be
Come
able
on,
to.
let's test my luck.
I'll be.
Oh,
They would have banned him regardless.
shit.
got the
It
ban,
just
hella
wasn't
team,
meant.
and a
Wasn't meant to
fucking
be.
tank.
Personally, hate banning
Yo, y'all are
phases.
crazy.
Why are we banning Moon Knight?
I don't really have
You be
like
getting
issues
free
with
hits.
it, but
I
it's
agree,
just
but
like
still.
I don't care enough to take
I'm
part
not
in
trying
it.
to deal with that fucking Namor too much.
No ban. Yeah.
Damn.
Yo, we should just ban the tank. Y'all tripping.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Alright, yeah, I'm throwing.
Odd commissions are a pain.
Not chill.
You
Don't
doing
say that.
commissions?
Nah, I'm just
Like
fucking
it.
with you. I'm just fucking with you.
I didn't know you do commissions, Tarvant. Oh, what happened? The one the Crash Panda.
Like low key, we might not need to play Penny Rocket because we're on offense.
Life energy. Life energy is my eternal guide, and the source.
Unless you want to play Penny Rocket into offense.
No, I mean, giving the details for a commission, it's a drag. Oh. Bruh. I was going through like VGen artists and dude, like
what rank
literally
is this again?
everyone is like, oh, you have to pay additionally if you want any other person seeing it.
Flat
Like-
one going to diamond.
No?
Oh, okay.
What? Then just price it according to that, not upcharge it by 100%. Stupid. Oh, there he is. Where are you running now? Ah, I'm missing. I'm whiffing.
Stupid. Oh shoot. Support.
Damn, get tied up. shit? You haven't been on VGen in a long time? Wait, which server did you commission through? Now I'm curious. I'm curious. I want to know now.
This core should end our little Ultron problem.
Gang. You too. This game is weird. Oh shit, I'm out. Don't want to take part in that. Damn. What the fuck is happening?
Team, I got my ult when I pop it. Go in and help me a little bit.
Oh no, I'm dead. Monk, monk.
I built myself a new help is here.
You get a weapon, you get a weapon, you
It's spider time!
They have no support. Just take Penny out. Everybody target her.
Yeah, can I do that? To regroup. Yeah, we're not getting through this, are we? I'm dead. You get a little tear when people did a support for no valid reason. I'm a support main, and I'm gonna be honest, some support means are trash. It is what it is.
Score is
Some support means are really bad. A funny thing, I never port or forwarded for the Steam Remote Play. I was talking to you about for my time off.
What we need to
Oh,
sustain.
you ended up
Talk
never
to me.
playing it?
Wait, what is that?
Hi, Dragon. How are you
What do we
doing?
need so we can sustain?
Oh,
We gotta hold them
it
down for
was
like the longest
crapping
time.
out for you too
Triple
today?
tanks, triple support.
I'm kind of down.
You wanna go triple tank, triple
Nah, trust
support?
me.
What the
If
fuck?
we got Penny rocket team,
So we're throwing, okay?
5 tanks, 1 rocker.
Can't see me. I'll still make you believe.
Yeah, I just spend hours in Vampire Survivor.
low-key,
Understandable.
yeah,
It's a good
Yelp
game.
spot. Because there's
Just
so
so you
many
can have
spots
lots
to.
of AoE.
I mean, support League of Legends,
that,
same.
and there's so many spots to spin them out. Like over here, off the edge over here.
Team, we gotta try to target like say I'm fighting another strange, but we all gotta hit him, break his shield.
I'm gonna do
and
rank
make him
after this
buckle.
game.
And we gotta get him off.
I'll buckle that motherfucker. Oh, they got an answer. Hey, stay inside the penny line. Stay inside the penny line so Angela doesn't fuck with y'all.
Oh shit. With that ball, okay.
Damn, double support. You know what? Fuck it. Let's try it. Let's try force.
Hi, Masuda. I said that I killed my robot cat jar assistant. Yes. Wait, you do rank in this game? I did not know that. Yeah, if you play a rank, if you lose games, you lose your rank. You win, you rank up, you lose, you derank.
I'm gonna TP. Everybody, we're just gonna push that shit hard as fuck.
I'm gonna keep it a stack. I don't think this shit is working.
Well, cause we need DPS too. Like, I don't know. Like, if y'all can really DPS or someone can tank for me, I can DPS. But
Oh, we have
we can't
4.
just leave Penny by
We have
herself.
4 heals.
Moon Knight's Ankh, I presume?
I can DPS. I'm a DPS main.
I just doubt it.
Ain't no fucking way. Gotta crush her.
I'm out. Such a GG. rip. Pink Venom, too much for me. There's where I draw the line. I just put the back together, so always good. Oh, so not always lost, huh? Some of it was lost. Oh, this was a shit game.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Was a really bad game. Holy. Okay, at least I didn't the rank yet. At least something.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Okay.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Now, who am I gonna banish from
I need
this
some music. So quiet. I need some music. It's gonna be like a century of me looking for the music. Oh, found it. Oops. Oh my god, I forgot how to add it to the playlist. I think I added it to the playlist now. Feel the beat. Okay. I'm gonna have to mute the game sound. I mean music. Audio. Music. Lobby music. There we go. No music. There's not too many sounds.
Light doesn't dispel darkness. It helps me see the darkness and face it. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Listening to music when gaming is not for everyone. Hi Ghost, how you doing?
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Yo, number 5, you there?
She would prefer to be called number 6'7".
Oh my god. How weird people in my game. Aw.
I'm dying in the short.
Bruh, I hate this wall.
Short set.
Got kidnapped. to have something else playing when gaming, be it music or a lengthy video? What about ranking when you're playing competitively? For example, Zen wants like absolute silence.
Bro, why y'all why didn't they spawn? Get out they spawn, bro.
I definitely went too far. What? Zen, for some reason, I thought I'm talking to him while he's sleeping. Damn. Guess he's not Groot. Oh no. He's too old. Play competitively for years and years while playing World of Warcraft, so no more competitive play for me in any game. No, I mean like, did you listen to music and watch videos while doing that? Is anyone planning to help? What? What? I tried to keep him alive. Well, it is what it is.
I'm spinning in circles like a cricket can heal and light can harm. Dance with the chaos inside my head. I'm bouncing off walls, can't find my feet, stumbling round in a world so small.
And Blade? What's our lineup? Strange, Emma, Wanda, Blade. The Woofy.
You that B-hop? That's how you do it.
What?
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Just be good.
Why is
Bro,
he?
why are we double popping?
Yo, that's my bad. I did not see that we opened up. Oh, my bad.
You can't see the fucking black mist everywhere, bro.
Yo, bro, I said my bad. Hold on.
Oh, I'm done with you, bro.
Wait, Hulk, get back, get back. Wait, I'm gonna.
Oh, bro, I know what I'm doing. Trust me. I know what the fuck I'm doing, bro. Bro, I might heal that, bro.
Yo, the venom off that thing.
Good pop, good pop.
Jesus Christ.
No, I got venom. I got venom. Come on, come on, come on.
Alright, Coach, you go first as well. I'll go second.
Wait, we have 3 supports now? I just realized that.
Barrios, barrios.
Why do I feel like we will still lose the next round?
It helps me see the darkness and face it.
So when the night begins to fall and the darkness answers the call, you'll know that Halloween's begun.
30 seconds before you attack.
Like I'm like 99% sure we'll lose that one.
One of our supports can go DPS if anyone wants.
Look who's talking, Frost. A Apparently, money can't buy a
I'm
fashion
spinning in circles like a crooked thread. Dance with the chaos inside my head.
Boy, what the freaking heck? We have freaking 3 supports, man.
Can't find my feet.
Yeah, we did not need 3 supports, bro.
Okay, Lifu.
I'm laughing through tears in a bright masquerade. Strange
Yeah, I'm
colors,
B-hopping.
but I'm
Only
still
professionals can do that.
juggling dreams, but none feel the same.
Oh shit.
Okay, they're down 2, they're down 2. Body blocker, body blocker. What are you doing, bro? Body blocker, bro.
Might as well just reset. Let's see. Oh, I can actually melt his walls pretty easily.
Chasing the lightning as it zigzags the line, bouncing off ceilings. I don't care where I go. Life's a funny
Cole, come back.
Oh my gosh, clip me, bro. Oh my gosh, clip me. Bro, you're not. Okay, I'm quitting, bro. Dude, that ass just stole my fucking extra, bro. Fuck you. I'm leaving shit out, bro.
It's okay, we're doing good, we're doing good.
No, bro, I need a fucking TikTok clip. You already stole my fucking clip, bro.
Wait,
I'm actually done,
what
bro.
happened? What happened?
Fucking Scrogo stole my clip, bro.
The fuck?
Oh, the fucking Scrogo, bro. Could have been here. I gotta put a jet ski audio on that shit. Nope. Nope.
Damn. This shit extended so much. It really extended. Holy fuck.
I'm spinning in circles like a crooked thread. Dance with the chaos inside my head. I'm bouncing off walls, can't find my feet. Stumbling around in worlds so sweet. The words are calling for a funny parade. I'm laughing through tears in
Scrogo, how am I? Oh, hit a clip. Don't fucking put it out on Drew when I get up to 1 HP, okay? Don't do that shit.
I think he's having a schizo episode.
By the eye of Agamotto.
I really do think he's having a schizo episode.
Stupid bitch, Scrogo. Yeah, I eat her. I eat her just so you couldn't do that shit, bro.
What?
Just so you couldn't do that. How do you feel, bro? How do you feel you couldn't put it down? Huh? GG. Boy. Easy carry.
We gotta put you down.
Nah, Scrogo's a bum, bro. She deadass tried to kill Groot again, bro.
My dude actually is having a spastic attack. He's actually spazzing the fuck out. Why am I even playing this game? Why am I even playing?
I'm wrapped up in ribbons, but they're mine to keep. I'm laughing in shadows while they're sound asleep. Every step's a skip, every move's a surprise. I'm just a jester with stars in my eyes. Wrap me in tinfoil, call me a comet. I'm spinning in circles, can't ever stop it. I'm a storm in the teacup, the fire in the rain. I'm just out here playing my own game.
What we down for? Real band. We down for a Daredevil. Emma. Alright, I like that band. If y'all can't deal with the Daredevil, let's just ban it.
I'll take the leap. I'm swimming chaos, but it's also sweet.
My dude is like straight up like just rapping it in the voice chat. I don't even understand shit he's saying. Like straight up just. What the fuck is this queue?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Our cloak and dagger. We are hope and fear.
I'm fine, a shadow in the dark. I wear my mask.
Oh my god.
I hide behind the mask of man, but underneath it's the wolf I am. You can't see the claws, can't see the teeth, but when the howl comes, you'll feel.
Round one, go!
You don't read the stars. Full moon calls me, it's in my blood.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
This universe calls on you to protect.
I'm not break these.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Like how many wins you need to rank up? It depends on your internal MMR. If the game thinks you don't belong in this rank and you need to rank up faster to flush you out the higher rank where you belong, it will give you more points than you lose. If you're boosted, you lose more points than you gain. So it all depends. For example, right now, the game is trying to flush me out to a higher rank. So it gives me a lot more points that I lose. But even if I go lose, win, lose, win, lose, win, I still end up gaining more points than losing. What the fuck they're doing there? I have questions. Yeah, we should really push.
We'll lead you to the castle.
This might be the best angel I ever played with, bro. What the fuck? Bro, why is your name Bucky Dick? I just realized that. Oh, fuck, yo. Run, go, run! Yo, Spike, you got snatched up, bro. You got snatched. Oh. Bro, he snatched you up. Ain't no keybind to help you out that snatch.
Fuck?
He snatched you like I snatched my baby mama.
What the fuck is wrong with these randos? Oh, I'm not for that.
I might have back up.
Hold up for smoke.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Fuck, they getting caught to me.
Oh, they're pushing. Okay. This Araban needs to chill the fuck out. dead. Ah, I guess we're not pushing further than that. Ah. Oh my god, what the fuck? Hey. That was pain. Hi Ronan, how you doing?
Is 2-0.
You have a new show for us? Oh god.
Including
The
with
show.
side you're on. We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. The right heroes could make all the difference. Come closer, don't be shy. Pretty lights, the moon rides high. I tuck my tail beneath my coat.
I wonder when Verizon is gonna cut my internet again and tell me stop playing Zen and Lifu. God. Honestly? Oh, I wouldn't hate it. I actually really like Zen Zone. Would not hate it. Where's my cable? Cable is like hanging off the microphone. Yeah, wouldn't be the worst. Have you played Zen the Zone? It's so good. Oh no, they're all dying. No, it's a GG. Never played MiHoYo games? Why? That Zone is really good. It's not like the other gacha games. The fighting mechanic and the game mechanic is really different there. Oh shit, no. Okay, that works. That doesn't work, that doesn't work. I just realized that the male character you can choose in Digimon Time Strange looks a lot like Cyborg. Oh, fun fact! In Digimon Plus, I decided to play as a male character, but I still have all the Digimon I had in my first playthrough. It's basically you're like replaying it with your whole lineup. pretty good. Are you planning to try to 100% it, or are you planning to just finish the game once and that's it? Oh my god, I was right around the corner. Oh, now that I have Dark Ward Raymond, I'd like to not lose them. Yeah, you won't lose them. To play Digimon Plus is just to get like the highest evolutions. That's the whole point of Digimon Plus. To get like the highest agent level and the highest evolutions. Good night, Nico.
The portal.
It's like Game Plus. Yeah, exactly. I'll probably try to 100% it during Digimon Plus. Then yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing too. I finished the game the first round, and now I restarted it in Game Plus to 100% it. It's a little tedious to 100% it, but I think it's gonna be worth it. Nice. Nice, we won.
Yes.
All I know is I'm having a lot of fun playing, so I doubt I'll get bored anytime soon. Cannot say that for any Pokemon game since Ultra Sun and Moon. Yeah. Like I said, the games are really fun. I just don't feel comfortable recommending it to people for like $70 per game. It was like almost $80. I wouldn't feel right recommending it that way. Good night, Garbage. Well, have a good day, Garbage. I want the game, but I'm going to follow your and Yuzin's advice and buy it on sale. Yeah, it's better that way. It's really expensive. Not the cheapest game. Like if it would have been priced $50 from the get-go, yeah, it would have been a lot better. But it's Bandai. Yeah, $70 is steep for sure. I'll recommend buying it on sale. Yeah, like if their starting price point would have been $50, a lot more people would have bought it. Wait, they added Maple Story on Steam? Or have they always had it there?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Wait, got comms?
They've always had Maple Story? Oh, okay. Never seen it there before. Oh shit. Oh no, not this map. If I remember right, Steam even has an advisory to manually uninstall its anti-cheat. Really? I've never seen that.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Gotta iron this.
And hit. Go for the wall. I'm out. Damn. I'm dead. Hmm.
Easy bet.
Oh, this is a dead end? I actually went to a dead end. Backward.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
That was awkward. Hi, American. How are you doing? you for the lurk, American. Why was I not able to do that for a long time? This is so messy. Oh shit. Jeff almost died on my watch. In a row, no. I noticed that tend to hold healing notes to counter other ults. Oh yeah, no. Sometimes you need to use the ults aggressively, not just hold them. Your cat is on your lap, hanging out. Nice. Oh shit. Close actually. Stop eating me! Eat me again.
Dagger.
See? That was a weirdo. Oh, this Iron Fist needs to chill. Oh no, I'm dead. He needs to chill though. How many times has he jumped me?
I wasn't sure we'd get this chance again. The light force is building. Better stop that vehicle! There's still a chance to stop them!
Oh damn. But I'm being smart.
I wasn't sure we'd get this
Walk
chance
back,
again.
walk back, walk back, walk back.
Nice.
Damn it back.
That was painful. Damn. He does way too much damage.
My time to shine. Only 60 seconds left.
So good, regroup, regroup. Everybody back up. Everybody just back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Regroup. We're fine. Chilling. Get an early pick. Just need one.
Oh no. Die too fast. Bruh. That was funny.
Send me out, Jeff.
He has a duplicate chip, okay. Yeah, I didn't reach on time.
The current score is
Well.
0, 2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Yeah, might need another BTS.
Round 2, go! Like can harm. Same with me.
Wonder if he'll win this one.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Your blades, are they psychic like mine? No, my daggers are formed from pure light force energy. They purify whatever they touch. Those would be quite useful against some of the demons in my homeland.
Let's hope they're just as useful here. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Good luck. I think I'll need it. I think I really need it.
You got back
Capture the mission area. Got it?
I don't think I could handle the pressure of the dark force.
down a healer. Get down, everybody. We're good. We win this fight. We win this fight. Mac can die. Liz can die. Tailpoint, tailpoint. Shit, guys. Here we go.
Okay, that might have been a little personal.
Stay close. Just stay close. You got it.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Destroy that dumbass Moon Knight's fucking ops.
He's mad at the
Dialogue
Moon
and
Knight.
Venom, pay attention to the healers. I'll deal with Moon Knight. Kill me, kill me.
Oh shit, okay. I wasted my thing again.
Guys, good stuff. Get out of there, Venom. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Dead. Max up. Nice.
Damn, I died. Oh shit. Thank God his ultimate aim is pretty bad.
We're up, we're up. Recovery. Good shit, Jeff. Come on, baby. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Let him do his thing. Just waste it all.
So stupid. I didn't even see him. I should make banana bread. Banana bread is always good. You cannot go wrong with it.
Thinking back. Good shit. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Back off, Think. Back off, Think. Back off, Think. Oh, never mind. My fault, Think. I didn't know you had a game like that, Eddie. We got Cloak and Jeff soon. Cloak first, and then Jeff. Play up, play up. Oh, Jeff, you messed that up big time.
Ah, damn. I died.
Oh no.
I wasn't sure we'd get this chance again.
This is gonna win us the game. Good shit, Sai. 3 on card, 3 on card, 3 on card. Holy shit, Sai.
Now we have to do 2 more rounds though.
3, 2, 3.
It's gonna be a long game.
Including which side you're on. We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have a game where I cross 60k healing.
Round
Like
3,
heal
go!
and like can harm. Same with me.
Yeah, you're going crazy, Cloak. Same with Jeff. Y'all healers going bonkers.
60k? Yeah, I'm
Jeff,
already.
I'm still mad at you for canceling Sai's ult.
I'm
because we
literally
could have
2.5k off of 60k.
Stay strong.
Come on. We got this, boys and girls, maybe, question mark.
We escaped the collector together, little one. We shall face this new threat side by side as well.
Holy. Gonna be one of those games.
Make sure we destroy the arms. Nice fucking spamming the goal.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area. Only 60 seconds left.
Unlike my resting days.
I'm gonna reset. Is everyone's favorite game time to rank up or crash out with host contestant lethal?
You'll have to keep fighting until
Into group. I don't know what we're doing here. Bruh. Into group.
Regroup. Everybody back up. Everybody back up. Regroup.
I can't. Get out of there.
Beholds the god of thunder!
I know. Why am I not going into my shadow? Wait, what? I'm not going into my shadow. What the fuck?
Gotta get it.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might stop them. Much better. Over here. I hear you.
Kill the fucking raccoon!
Good night, Jersey. It's gonna be rough. Yeah, I might cross 70k heals. It's gonna be a 70k heals game. Holy.
Gotta lock in for real here. Come on. Everybody stay on the court. Everybody stay on the court. Every fight we take, stay on the court.
Going to bed. Good night, Sniffly. The hitbox of the peach. Below or above?
Anybody have thoughts? We got thoughts and stuff on it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? Only 60 seconds left.
Cat. Oh, he's dying pretty fast. Oh, rip.
Let's get into some good trouble.
Yeah, this is a GG.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
G. Oh wow.
3, 2, 5.
It was a rough game. I mean, by rough I mean long. Yeah, I didn't lose that much. Holy. Yeah. 70.5k heals. It feels so bad when you heal and you just knock. Oh. I think this is gonna be it for me. Ready pretty late. I could definitely play long. I wanna play longer. Fuck it. Just one more. Just one more. When the rank bug bites you, you bite it back.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Life energy is a powerful weapon against evil.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Got a Spider-Man, okay.
Juggling dreams, but none feel the same.
I can quit anytime. I have no problem, right? Yeah, exactly. I can stop at any time. It's not like I have to play, you know? I can stop anytime. 100%.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm dancing in circles and I'm here to stay. I'm the king of the odd, the queen of the strange. I've learned to
I go in this. Just to give more armor to our dude.
Still make you believe.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Vortex field.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Our powers are related.
I don't know why he ran away from heals. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird.
I don't give up so easily.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Happening there. Oh, this is not good. Damn. Yeah, that's not working. This is actually not working. So on that Marvel Rivals grind I see. Good night. Good night, Ivan.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I feel like I'm being watched.
Tremble before fast!
The fuck was that?
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Damn. Oh, cat on me.
Sometimes. Or a dagger.
A real little monster? Like a freaking cat. I'm dead.
Before fast!
Damn. It's a rip. I don't like this. Get alone, weirdo. Oh, Black Panther stole the tickle matter because he just does a small amount of damage and then dips sometimes. Yeah. Okay. Love that for me. Love that for me. What? I'm so dead.
This is gonna hurt. I've still got songs to sing.
So painful.
You stop them in their tracks. You stop them in their tracks. Only 60 seconds left.
One of them will die up front and will lose the whole fight. Oh, can I even reach them? Dead. If only Lifu was on her main, she'd be carrying. Lately I've been winning more games on Mantis than Cloak. It's not even like a matter of main. Cloak is available.
The current score is 0-2-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Yeah, it seems like it's intentional. Intentional throw.
I shine in darkness. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I was talking about Squirrel Girl. They're not gonna let me DPS. Don't you know in Plat everyone thinks they're the main character as the DPS?
Dispel darkness. It helps me see the darkness and face its hate.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Your idealism refreshes.
You can't be that old.
Astral projection makes me feel.
Let's see how this run goes.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Somebody's
Almost there. Let's turn back now. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
The blade is intentionally throwing. they win trading? People do that in Marvel Rivals, or did people stop doing that in Overwatch? Okay. I have a Hawkeye now. I would like that so much. Thank you for the lurk, American.
Who wants to save a giant enchanted tree?
Damn. Affect them. Damn.
Never miss. Gotta bounce.
We actually got more time than they did.
3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
We are cloak and dagger. We are hope and fear.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Be so surprised if we win this.
Same with me.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Something strange on your wind. Smells familiar. Like
Vampire? I once had an encounter with Dracula himself.
You know that stench never really washes off, no matter how hard you try.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only 60 seconds left. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Yep, I died. Ah, the freaking traps. Does he have TP? I think he has TP. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Extermination!
Still got an edge.
Come on, go fucking focus on, bro.
Oh my god. One by one die now. Oh my god.
The current score is 3, 2, 4. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
We are cloak and dagger. We are hope and fear.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Same with me.
The hunt is on.
You cannot send do this.
No.
we changing up? Our first push was so good. Why are we changing up the lineup?
Asgard has been invaded yet again. But as always, Loki shall prevail. Real deal when it comes to slicing and dicing.
We'll see about that when this is all over.
My
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Yo, I think they're gonna portal.
We must and shall save the world, Tree.
Jesus. I need her through by chasing me.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Only 60 seconds left. Let's take a step back. Let's help. Us against the world. Us against the world.
Yeah, I died.
Us against the world. 30 seconds. Daggers back.
Well, they're still pushing, so that's good.
We can take them.
And we have TP.
Before burst!
Oh, we don't have TP? I thought we had TP. What happened to our... Whatever. Guess we didn't have it. I need to avoid this blade. That was so bad. Yeah, our blade kept like running into it. I don't know what he was doing. It was so weird. I'm gonna avoid him. So weird. I really need to call it. Otherwise, I'll be playing for another 5 hours. So I'm gonna do the thank yous and go sleep. Thank you, Lucian, for the support. Thank you, Jason, for the support. Thank you, Nero, for the support. And thank you, Moose, for the support. Thank you, everyone, for all the support. We really appreciate it. And what do we have on schedule tomorrow? Tomorrow we have surprise game. I think we know what the surprise game is, right? We'll be back tomorrow. Good night. I'm gonna go crash the hell out and sleep. Night.
When the moon is high, the night is mine. I walk the streets pretending I'm fine. A shadow in the dark, I wear my mask, but deep inside there's a secret I won't ask. I hide behind the mask of man, but underneath it's the wolf I am. You can't see the claws, can't see the teeth, but when the howl comes, you'll feel the grief. I'm just a wolf in disguise. I wear my mask, you don't realize. The full moon calls me, it's in my blood. I'll feast on your fears, I'll drown in your flood. I'm a wolf in disguise. You can't see the hunger in my eyes. I roam the night, silent inside, but when the moon rises, I'll out to the sky. I'm a wolf in disguise. Watch me feast on your sweet lies. You can run, but you can't hide when the wolf inside is on the rise. Scent of fear fills the air. I'm closing in, you won't even dare. I blend in with the crowd, so sly, but when the full moon's near, I can't deny. I wear my skin, but it's not me. It's just a trap for you to see. But once the darkness takes its toll, the wolf within will take control. I'm just a wolf in disguise. I wear my mask.